and welcome to Poker on Air, Rubber City Poker. Tonight's game is a $250 buy-in satellite to the $1,500 buy-in event at the Horseshoe Casino. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We got started a little late. We were having a little trouble, but we're glad to be on air and have you with us.
That's right.
I'm Paul Boston. With me is Trevor Greenwald.
What's up, everybody? For the past few weeks, we've been doing a lot of cash games, Omaha, Hold'em, all that kind of stuff. Tonight, we're going to mix it up a little bit, play ourselves a sit and go. So we have 10 players tonight, all bought in for $250. First place is a $1,500 seat to the Horseshoe Casino, as we mentioned. Second and third will also be paid, $600 and $400 accordingly. And it's going to be a great game. I'm actually excited to see a different format tonight. Usually we're used to cash games, people playing all night long, but tonight we get to watch people bust out and see how the game changes as the night goes on.
Should be a lot of fun. Tonight's starting stacks are going to be 8,000 in chips with 18-minute blinds.
Yep, and we will have from time to time we will have the blinds posted up in the corner for you so you can kind of keep track of what's happening with everything. But other than that, I think we should maybe send it down the table and see our players that are playing tonight.
Sounds good.
All right, everybody. And seat one tonight, as we said, we have 10 players. And seat one is Goldie. Goldie is new to the show, so I welcome Goldie and wish him good luck. Sitting next to him is Annette. We've seen Annette a few times. She's played in our 1-2 cash games, and this is going to be our first. Everyone's first. I get at that point. Everyone's first sit and go tonight, so she's here in seat two. Seat three is Matt. Matt's rocking the Aviators. Matt's played on our show before. He actually crushed our 1-2 game and made a buttload of money. Sitting next to him is Mike. Mike's also played in our game before. Plays a great game. Excited to see how he plays his sit and go format. Next to Mike is Chris. Chris played last week on our 2-5 game. He played very well. I think he's one of our biggest winners. In seat 6 is Mandalay. Mandalay is her first time on the stream. Obviously happy to be here. Next to Mandalay is Trevor. And Trevor is actually a 2-time HPT final tableist. So a little minor celebrity in the house. Sitting next to Trevor is Steve. This is Steve's also for... Oh, Steve, watch out. Holster that weapon, sir. Steve's also his first time on the show. We'll see. Wish him good luck as well. Next to Steve is Brad. Brad looks like he's actually sitting in the same seat he played in last week in our 2-5 game. He was probably our second biggest winner, so good luck to Brad. Next to him is Chuck, and Chuck also played on our table before. He played our 1-2 game, and he's actually a tournament grinder. He plays all over the East Coast and knows the game very well. With that in mind, though, let's get our dealer in order, have him saddle up to the table, and we'll shuffle up and deal and get these cards in the air. So what do you think, Paul? You think what kind of action do you expect tonight in our new format?
Sure. Sit and go sometimes start off a little slow. So we'll see how it goes. But we got some aggressive players here at this table, so it may not.
Yeah, I think we have actually a really good balance of the weekend grinders with the full-time players. So let's see how that table dynamic works itself out as we go.
All right. I was already.
It's going to be fun to see.
2-0 on the day.
So usually I kind of tease people that wear sunglasses at the table, but in all honesty, it's actually kind of bright out there. So you can tell the people that have actually played here before probably are aware of how bright it is. So they just plan accordingly.
Right after the So yeah.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Must have been 3-4 weeks ago.
It actually looks like it folded around to Brad. Brad makes it 125 from the looks of it.
150. Matt makes the call with 8-9.
Last week, Chuck.
Here?
I got him.
No.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
Pretty wild too.
Pretty good flap for Brad there.
Jesse P.
Yeah, really good.
And not a horrible flop for Matt.
I was gonna say a little piece for both. I mean, obviously Brad fought the best of it, but Matt is up and down, but it's kind of a dirty up and down.
good though?
So we'll see how he attacks this one.
He calls.
And of course they,
As you can see, effective stacks are posted underneath their names here.
yeah, if you know this book.
So you know exactly what everyone has on every hand.
Well, that takes a whole lot of outs away from Matt.
I'd say 3 to be precise.
Almost half.
Right, exactly.
Anybody like real big?
So I think Brad, if he ever plays on our show again, he's gonna probably request that seat because so far it's been very nice to him.
Alright.
Brad actually was unfortunately how do I put this? On his first ever appearance on our show, he actually folded a straight. Actually, he barreled 3 streets, got called on all 3 streets, just assuming he was bluffing, didn't double check his cards, and actually folded a straight. So since then, you know, I think he's a little upset about that, probably because we've talked about it every time he's been on the show. But since then, he's been crushing on the table. So good for him for bouncing back from that little mishap.
Not only on the show, but every time we see him, it's been brought up.
That's true. Yeah, so he's probably completely sick of that.
Chris with 5 under the
Raise
ground.
it up 150.
Some quick folds from everyone.
Let's see what he's Jack 8. He lets
Nope.
go.
Yep.
The gun raises.
Ryan, I'm not ripping Brad. I'm just retelling a story. That's all.
Listen to Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan's like he's becoming I'm gonna still say he's an amateur needler, but he's definitely working his way up the ranks.
I believe he was the first one to stick the needle in Brad next week when he showed up for our poker league.
Yeah, and then he found out how bad of an idea that was because Brad stacked him in about 2 hands.
Alright, we are good.
We are giving away 1 seat, Nat McCoy, and then second and third will be played cash monies.
Let's go. Raise 150.
Mr. Motherbanger, I was just talking about you last night, my man. Welcome back. We've missed you dearly.
You do that every time someone makes a mistake.
Find a turbo.
There we go.
Alright. Matt raises and takes it down there.
Actually, really surprised that's all it took.
We allowed to straddle.
So you guys forgot to start the time. You guys forget the time? Yeah. Okay.
In case you guys are wondering, our blinds are 18 minutes tonight, and they start with 8K stacks. I'm not sure if we mentioned that quite yet, so if you're wondering, there's your answer. I think we'll be breaking every 4 hours or every 4 levels or so. Thank you for the follow, Adriana.
And that with 9s here.
125.
Raises it up a little less this time. I like to keep my raises the
That's
same,
up.
especially this blind level.
Yeah, sometimes I vary it from time to time from in my certain positions or depending on what the action is before me.
150.
Net C bets and takes it down.
As you can see there's our, up in the upper right hand corner, we've got the timer menu, the blind level, and what the blind levels are.
We'll have everybody think.
I have a feeling we might have snuck in a few hands before the counter got started, but
Yeah,
that's good for the players. That's okay.
a little bonus time for making them sit there and wait out the technical difficulties.
We treat our players right around here.
Cool. Okay, we're good.
I'm not quite sure if you can tell from our camera angle, but our button is sponsored tonight by Akron Publishing.
Raise
Raise it up, 175.
It's actually the man back there on the tablet. That's actually his company. So if you need anything in that field of work, you can Google Akron Publishing and find out his rates and what he needs you to do, and get a hold of him that way.
Mandalay was just
Three of the
flat here with the ace queen suited.
Check.
Oh, really?
Check.
Hey, Trevor flops a flush draw here.
300.
Chuck flops a flush draw, and Mandalay has top pair.
Call.
Yeah, we'll work on Paul's mic. In the meantime, just
Turn.
keep sitting in your underwear thinking about my lovely voice.
Check.
So now Trevor actually picks up a pair of fives here. I know you're rooting for it. Sorry, no pain for you on this hand.
No, I wasn't rooting for it yet.
I'm not ready.
Too early for too much pain.
I'm not ready for a bust out
There's an
interview quite yet.
Mandalay played that very slow. I'm not sure she would have gotten any callers.
Maybe a little timid. First time on the table.
She played our cash game.
Oh, that's right. She did pop on there for a minute, didn't she?
Didn't have a whole lot of luck.
Yeah, I think she actually, like, it was a pretty gross hand. I think she had like queens into a set or something crazy like that.
Well, let's see here. We got Brad with the 10-8.
All right, we're good.
It's not suited, so it's not my favorite hand.
Raise it up, 150.
All right, Matt. That's much better there. Matt with queens raises to 150.
Well,
I can hear good.
You guys hear Paul now? We swapped out a chord.
heads up.
Let us know if it's working.
Check start.
Go ahead and keep yapping, Paul.
All right, the 5-9 called the raise there and check dark, I believe.
25.
Jerry, can you move those cards a little?
Steve seemed like a
Yeah, there. Now we're good.
bit of a wascally wabbit with that little gun show he showed when we first started.
And he makes the call with the gutter ball draw here.
Is that 150?
Check. No, it was 225.
Let's see if he's floating him here.
No, no action on the turn. We go to the river.
Check on a turn. Interesting.
Oh, and he gets there.
Oh, and it both went check on the turn as well.
Yeah. Well,
The con bridge.
nice fold.
Yeah. I don't think Matt's really the type to ever put his money in bad very often. Posse's ripping you already, by the way.
About what?
I said go ahead and talk a little bit, and then he said you can stop talking now.
Remember, if you have the winning hand at Showdown, don't throw them on the box.
Oh, that's right, Bart. Posse was at the table the other night, and he had the pocket aces versus pocket tens with Chris. So he had I think Posse's on the table for like 48 seconds or so, something like that. But at the same time, he last in bed, right, Ryan? We can fight back from over here, you know that.
All right. Chuck, there's our first limp of the night, I believe.
Chuck limps in it again.
150 is the no.
And Matt raises with the 3-5.
Fours kick it in. I think I'm gonna do the rest. And yeah, I was gonna say Chuck's never folding here.
Alright, heads up, guys.
Let's see 3 dealer.
Not a bad flop for Chuck.
Good thing of worse ones.
325.
325.
Second barrel and a snap call.
That could get him. That could get him in some trouble.
Yeah,
there.
this will not slow Matt down unless he does decide to play pot control here.
Yes, he
It's
does.
because he does have extra equity now, or at least he thinks he does.
Ooh, good thing a heart didn't hit.
As he said before, we could. He said, "Good thing a heart didn't hit."
That's one big button, isn't it?
It is a big button. I guess they will always know who the dealer is. Thanks, Bart. We do appreciate it very much. Yeah, that 2-5 game was pretty nuts though.
Oh, I loved that.
I think I was actually glad I was sitting where I was. Much safer there.
Yeah, I didn't think we could quite match the Omaha game, and I think it came pretty close.
Yeah, it was a great game. If anyone in the chat has not seen it, you can go to our archive videos and check it out. And also, if you did not know, our little friend in the chat, Bart Hansen, was doing live commentary for the entire stream, which was amazing by him, and we thank him a ton. Button raised by Steve.
6 fishing.
Brad calls, and I think Chuck just popped it pretty big, actually.
Yeah. Quite a big raise.
I guess Chuck was just trying to figure out how much old Steve was messing around, and he found out fairly quick.
Kind of quiet tonight. It's not like the ladies' game.
No, that was one of those games you had to turn your headphones down a little bit for that one, but it was fun nonetheless.
Eight minutes left in this blind level. All right, let's see. A net under the gun with threes.
No, we're good.
And just limps.
I think it's a fairly typical play for a lot of players. They're afraid that if they raise it up and get called in a bunch of spots, well, then they only have a pair of threes. Little do they know that raising just means so much. You know, it just allows you to take control of the hand, and your hand can still be fairly deceptive.
Oh wow! Here we go.
Call.
Just a call with the ace king.
You're just taking it easy in the big blind.
Ace deuce makes the call also.
At that point, they're getting 4 million to 1.
I can start from my left.
This could be fun.
Yep.
A net flops bottom set. Goldie flops top pair in the nut flush draw. This could be interesting. What's up, Flip 2003? Thank you for the follow.
This could get entertaining.
Arbrisola, thank you for the follow.
475.
And then that leads out. Casper Skulls, thank you for the follow. Muted, thank you as well.
Brad thinking about making a move here?
Nah. Once you take off his card protector, it's getting chucked in the middle. Let's see if Goldie plays this fast or slow here.
Makes the call.
I think I'm okay with that. I think a net leading out like that, the way she did, oh lord, is a sign of major strength. I think it's a good check. I think Annette's going to be scared that she's going to boss him off his hand. Discount,
Let's
double
see.
check.
Do I really have quads?
Yep, check.
15.
Ooh, and he leads into her.
Big bet.
It's almost a pot-sized bet.
All right, let's see if we are going to be nominating Annette for an Oscar after this performance.
Click back or bang it hard. What do you do here?
3,500.
I think I actually like that size. I don't like her checking the turn though. Now Goy's in your replaying the hand in his head.
And she doesn't show. Most everybody will show quad.
A lot of times that's the rule. A lot of places that is what you got to do. Or else you'll be decapitated. But I guess if no one knows, then no big deal. No harm, no foul. I miss you too, Mr. Mother. Were you watching again? What country are you in?
Yeah, 3-4.
I like 9-4.
Oh. I had to guess.
Kind of in the early exit.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it was no good.
I think somebody filled up. Use my spike.
Matt under the gun here with 3-9 of hearts. Can't get rid of that fast enough.
But you did get rid of his shades.
I can't see well enough
No. That's tough.
to play with.
I'm not, yeah, I mean, I've done like one, I did wear shades one time as a joke.
Heads up. Annette?
Net defends with the Jack Queen of Hearts and Chuck flops trips and checks it. Oh, here Net's gonna try and take it away.
So people keep just checking the nuts here. This is very interesting.
Call. Check. 6.
Net checks wisely, and Chuck bets almost 75% pot and gets it done.
Alright.
All right.
Blinds
Sound of that lovely horn means that our blinds will be up. As you can see on top of our screen, they are now 5,100.
I'm all for it.
I know there are a couple guys over there.
Played round by round by round last time. It was fun. Wings, Korea.
Yeah, they're playing round by round.
Kapuya. There's a shot of our chip counts.
That's what a 2-5 can turn into round by round.
This is not a winner take all. This is first place gets a seat for the 1,500 seat at the Cleveland Horseshoe. Second place gets 600, and third gets 400. This is a $250 buy-in.
Hey, I need this shot is the only one. So, yeah, quit talking.
Okay,
1,500 now, guys. Line went up. First up, 25.
Inix.
Oh,
Thank you for the follow.
Trevor with 10s.
Dexter
Steve with
Madman.
9s.
I just didn't bring you 8, 7s, and 6s all the way down the Lord.
Oh, and Matt with queens.
800.
Cine FPS. Thank you for the follow. Hoxton, 1984. Keep them coming, guys. It warms our soul.
Call.
And they both stick around.
It's early enough where if you miss here, it doesn't hurt you real bad.
10% of their starting stack. So let's see. Let's see if the 9s or 10s get a little lucky here.
3 players.
Well, this could get Steve and or Trevor in a little bit of trouble here.
This could be a fun pot here.
16. 1,600. call.
I was gonna say that should give Steve the old heads up that
Okay.
his nines are no good.
Yeah, that
so
makes
good,
that-
good fold by him.
It makes that decision a lot easier. Matt's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think if he's thinking about the hand, obviously we can see the cards, but I think he would have to put Trevor on a range of like, you know, 8s, 9s, 10s, Jack, something like that. So I think anything bigger than that, even Ace King, Kings and Aces, obviously, I think he would have been putting in a 4-bet pre-flop, but especially in position.
And Trevor makes the call.
Matt's just trying to fade a 10 ball. Mission accomplished. I mean, really the only thing that Matt's worried about is if, for some odd reason, Trevor had pocket 6s, maybe even pocket 5s that wanted to peel one and one open down. But other than that, I mean, he's pretty safe. Gotta wonder what Trevor's thinking here with Matt checking river.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Queen.
Shows the queens and takes it down.
This is where I'm hoping, like in the future, we have a like a little booth that we set up for our players. I mean, it will work much better for cash because they can step away from the table, but they just go into the booth and talk about what they're thinking about throughout the whole process of the hand. Because obviously, we sit back here and try to break things down, but it's pretty tough sometimes when you can see the actual cards. But if you can sit there and be Trevor in that spot or be Matt in that spot, and they can come and do a little snippet of their thought process, and that would be really, really cool.
Small blind.
But we're on to the next one. On to the next one.
Kurt, dealership guy, was like talking so much trash to me last night. He's like, "Oh, you're a coach now, huh? You're a coach."
Who's that?
I love that people in the chat actually like kind of debate over how hands are played and all that kind of stuff. I think that's really good.
Yeah.
It's like a live forum.
Game got good real quick. Right there.
Oh, because there's so many different ways you can play them hands like that.
There you go. That old devil.
300.
Steve with the queens this time. Matt going after the last of his chips, I think.
Heads up.
Well, Matt definitely doesn't want to make his gut shot. Pretty healthy C bet by Steve.
$1,200.
And Matt feeling his oats. Pops it back at him. What's up, my plums?
Is it just a click back there?
Not quite. A little bit more.
A little more.
5 to 12. What is Dota? Oh, brother.
That's not a good card.
I mean, the board is paired, so it could slow Matt down a smidgen. Yeah, that's it's a pretty painful one.
Third
Steve
pot.
Steve only bets 1,000.
Value town.
See, I was gonna tell you, what if a king comes in the river? How nasty would that have been? I love the chat. I love watching them hit their eyeballs and.
I was doing 9, right?
Wow. Nice turn.
Oh, that's for that.
Did that go check, check? Yes, it did.
I don't even know how it's possible. 2 hands beat him, right? Well, I guess in the straight flushes. Okay.
Pocket
so
nines,
so
pocket kings, and the 2 straight flushes.
I'm sitting here waiting for the bet to happen so I can talk about it. Then it goes check, check, and I'm quite
Rather than
confused.
More outline than that.
Yeah, I think so, chat. I think you definitely missed some value there.
Hold on.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Nothing, man.
Yeah, I'm
Give
getting
it
there.
to Matt.
I'm getting there.
Alright, we're good.
Oh, man.
All right, Mandalay under the gun here with 10-6.
I was wondering what my other card was.
Brad with pocket eights.
$250.
He makes it 250. And Chuck just insta raises him with 7-4 and gets a net to fold ace jack.
Brad showed me a lot about himself in the 2-5 game. I used to think he was kind of just wait for the goods and just do his thing, but he's got a little game in him. Proud of the guy.
$1,100.
That's a tough call.
Wait, oh we have it backwards. It said that Brad bet 1K, but actually it was Chuck. So Chuck wins that hand.
Eights like that is a real trouble hand for me too. You
especially-
never want to fold them.
Yeah, I mean when you get 3-bet and you have a board like that, it pops up. I mean they definitely shrivel up.
Yeah, because you're
Like when you go, like that thing that happens when you go swimming,
Right.
Things shrivel up, and you're not so proud of it anymore.
and you're almost always getting at least 2 overs out there.
Yeah.
$250.
And if you're against a good aggressive player, they're gonna bet it every time.
Oh,
All right, Chuck makes it 250 with ace-8 of diamonds. Matt calls with 7-9 of spades. Mike calls with ace-9 of hearts. Mandalay calls with king-3 off.
4 to the flop.
All right, we got 2 people with aces that hit. Mike hit second pair in a flush draw.
$550.
This could get interesting here.
Call.
Matt just calls with his pair and flush draw. And Mike's hit his top pair with a better kicker than Chuck.
So we got a little action out here, huh?
Yeah,
I mean, I just took away for a second, but
just about everybody but Mandalay hit something there.
Chunk of Funk, thank for the follow. El Padrino,
3 players.
258.
And Matt gets his flush.
M. Gazanda.
Good. Okay.
So can you take me through the action a little bit? Was it raised pre-flop?
Raised pre-flop by Chuck. Had 3 callers. He bet the flop, got 2 callers, and then it went check on the turn all the way around.
Check.
We'll see if Matt can make the right bet here to take one of his little buddies here to call.
800.
It looks like he's almost smiling at that one. I know it's dinky. I know it's a tiny one.
God, you hate these because you know it's a bad call so many times.
Yeah. Well, Mike's probably feeling pretty crappy because he knows he has Chuck behind him. and Chuck was the original raiser, so he does have a lot of aces in his range.
Good fold.
Yeah, I think
Good fold.
having Chuck behind him was definitely a key factor in that fold right there. But just to remind everybody, while Chuck mulls this over, during our breaks, we will be airing our interview we did with Dani Stern this past Thursday. Myself and our other commentator who couldn't be here tonight. But now he's trying to figure out if Matt had ace queen here.
What's that?
Anywho,
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, we interviewed Dani Stern on Thursday night. So during our breaks tonight, we will be airing those. So make sure you tune in for that. 'Cause our breaks, I think, will be about 10 minutes tonight for each one. And you can check out what Dani Stern's up to. Hear all the questions you had to ask him. He was a great interview. He's out in Vancouver, hanging out, doing his thing. But yeah, stay tuned for that during our breaks.
What'd you make it? 8?
Yeah, well, value back.
Let me see your flush.
Let me see your flush.
Probably could have got it on the flop, huh? No.
It'd been a lot more funny if he said, "Let me see that booty work, booty work, booty work," but instead he said, "Let me see that flush." And then Matt started twerking, and it'd been a whole different show if that would have happened.
One donation for the night.
Thought about raising the flop. I didn't know. 2 people behind and stuff. Didn't want
So it looks like 800 was the proper bet amount for Matt to get a call. I think Mike's just glad that Chuck was behind him so that he was able to fold.
Thought about it, crossed my mind.
Was it the ace of spades on the board?
We were playing 18-minute levels poker night, 8K starting stacks.
Ace, 7, diamond.
No antes tonight, but I think we will be implementing antes in our future sit and goes. But none tonight, so it should be a nice, slow-ish sit and go with lots of play.
Just
300.
He was thinking about
Chuck raises it up with ace queen.
I really thought.
Goldie makes a call with ace 9.
Only thing called pot, you didn't have ace queen to make it.
Stay gold, pony boy. I've been waiting all day. I knew he was playing. I was waiting. How long can I even wait before I?
At his spades.
Trevor just makes the call with ace king.
can't get too fancy. You can't give away all the secrets.
Well,
Players.
it's gonna be hard to find an ace.
I was going to say, we're probably not going to see an ace.
Okay. 500.
And Chuck's looks fairly active right now, so Trevor might still think that his ace king is golden here. Let's see if he just. Well, I didn't expect that. I did not expect him just to call there. I kind of thought he would just kind of slam it in the middle there, but.
Same bet. 500.
Ooh, that bet has some flair to it.
I'll do that more than once tonight.
Alright, is that 1,000?
1,000.
And Chuck keeps up the aggression, gets it done.
Well, that was half of Trevor's remaining stack, pretty much.
I don't have. Oh, the other Trevor. Yeah,
Yeah.
not me.
No, you'd have a lot more than 2,000 at this point.
I am a sit and go master. I think I've won like 2 of them in my life. I do like live sit and goes. They don't happen very often. Every now and again, a friend will say, "Hey, let's get a sit and go together," and I actually really enjoy them.
I know the last one we played, you beat me, heads up.
No,
Yep.
did I? Whoopsies. Sorry I missed some of those follows, but thank you everybody. It's clicking that little follow button. Rip line.
Folding around as fast as they can go.
300 now.
Oh, I thought Matt was gonna get the twerk, but maybe just stretch, drink some water or something.
Chris raises a button. And they suspect the steal and still can't do anything
Yeah.
about it.
So we watched Chris last week in the 2-5 game, and I just really like his style. I think he plays real smooth. I think he's very calculated in everything he does. He just doesn't do something just to do it or because you're supposed to. He does it because he has an actual plan for all streets of the hand.
Maybe that's why I do so poorly. I don't know what I'm
No
gonna
plans?
do. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do till I do it.
Matt, Mike? Or just Matt?
I mean, I think sometimes it depends on your opponents. I always like to use the adage of you take what the defense gives you. So my dad always taught me when I'm playing hoops. So, you know, if the table's playing one way, you kind of just swerve one way and adjust, and they're playing another way, you swerve on back.
500.
I like that raise by Chris when you get a couple limpers in there.
So he raised it
500.
500 to win 350.
Signs are up next to him.
500.
Something I don't do enough of. All right, our blinds are up.
Oh yeah, that lovely vuvuzela I've heard in the background. That means the blinds are up. What are they now, Paul?
75, 150.
It'd be just interesting to see. So early on, there's a lot of 3xing. As the blinds creep up, we start to just move down to 2.5 and just down to a standard 2. So we'll see when the players start doing that kind of stuff.
150.
Yeah, I absolutely love it when you can get away with 2x raises and people fold.
Or they call and you make way more money.
300.
Well, if you have something.
But like you said before, you want to make all your you like making all your raise sizes the same,
Yeah.
so you can completely disguise everything. Oh. So
Trevor,
go ahead.
Trevor makes it 300 here with queens. Steve makes a call with ace 4.
I put in 1,000.
Yeah, I did it again. Yeah.
And looks like Chuck made the call with 10-3.
3 players. Okay.
Oh, Chuck makes an open-ended straight, and Trevor flops top set. They check it around to the top set, and he bets.
So he started the hand with 1.9k. I think I just would have made 500 there. But given Chuck's exact hand, he knows we know Chuck's gonna peel at least one. Wow, quads again. Guys,
Twice already.
Guys, I swear this table is not rigged.
All in. 1250 all in.
I think Trevor was just like hoping, begging, pleading, hoping that Chuck had a straight to start with, or at least a jack. But
or maybe the straight and flush draw.
Right, something of that nature. But
Dreams can come true.
Toby, Toby, where you been all day? Welcome back, my man.
You get series odds and stuff like that?
Well, Trevor finally takes one down.
Oh, yeah. You get the world.
It's so weird to hear my name. Like, my name is so rare that, like, hearing it pertaining to somebody else other than myself, it's going to take me a while. I'm not rooting for Trevor to bust or anything. It just, I'll have to get used to it.
Cash out so much on that.
Net with 5-6 off.
Brad.
Lets that go.
I'm putting my chips out there.
Alright, we're good.
Corey Buzz.
Mandalay.
One of the best times I ever had in Vegas was at
Lynch.
Mandalay Bay. Party on the rooftop.
I've never been there.
Shout out to Scott Springer, Mike Dempsey, Justin Hill.
Oh wow!
we
I
had
can imagine what kind of time you had with those guys.
Oh my gosh. We had ourselves a really good time.
Check.
And okay, Goldie flops top pair.
So you're talking about limp pot here.
Yeah, it was limped.
700 is the bet.
700 into 450. Not standard, but got the job done. Whoa! Toby, be nice. He won the pot. What do you want from the guy? Tell you what, it's awesome to see a lot of our regs in the chat You guys have no idea how much this means to us. You know, we're doing this for you guys. So seeing you guys come back week after week is really, really awesome. So thank you exponentially. Cream Pie is commentating today. Thank you for remembering his name, Mr. Paul Boston.
What?
We don't call him Cream Pie.
I was thinking
To
some
his
other
face.
reference.
600.
I will cut you!
That was for you, Poker Night.
Mandalay makes it 600 with her kings. Chuck picks up 7s on the button and makes the call.
So the raise size by Mandalay is pretty big,
So,
but she found a suitor out there.
She might get a little action here.
1,000. And
Quick and quick.
Oh, that could scare her.
Nope.
2,000. And
That could scare her.
Oh,
Ooh, the door's open now.
3,000.
and she's only got 48.
Well, looks like she's about to have a lot more. She's counting, figuring it out. Does he have an ace? Do I want to be the first short stack, aka basically Busto? There's a good shot of Mandalay.
Need the Final Jeopardy music here.
I don't think Toby has that. I mean, she didn't like fold right away. I mean, she's really mulling this over.
Sorry.
I think the only thing she could probably think of is like did Chuck have some sort of like ace 4, ace 7 type hand, something weird like that. You know, they would just call from the button and not re-raise.
You give me a little credit for 600. 3, 4.
I'm always giving you the worst thing.
I know.
Sorry, chat, she folded.
Oh, that's just calling for sure.
What
Is
do you
it
think?
kings? Is that what you have, kings? I said kings.
Find out next week.
Okay, it's like just over 10 minutes remaining in this level. I agree, chat. Let's get that sub going.
150 to go. We good?
Chuck's a fun player to watch, though. I mean, I feel like he's a pretty swingy guy. Like he could have all the monies, and then he could have like none of the monies, like very, very quick.
I was just going to say, having Chuck at your table, you could get healthy fast, I think.
Yeah, I think I played a tournament with him up at the shoe one night, and like we knew each other's, and we hadn't played together a ton, but we knew of each other a lot. So we actually had some pretty goofy spots where we were calling each other out with ace highs and third pairs and all that kind of goofy stuff.
We've had a lot of flat calls by ace king, ace queen here.
I played a couple weeks ago.
Well, it seems to be Goldie's kind of his MO. He's done it twice now. One time he did it out of position, which I can understand, even though I generally like to raise out of the big blind with big hands like that. But this time he flats on the button.
Well, Steve flops second pair, and he was the original raiser, and Matt flops top pair with a couple backdoor draws.
We bet 12, not 7.
Don't razz our dealer.
I wonder if Steve's using the name as finger guns while he's like staring somebody down. Those of you just now tuning in, you have to go back and watch our archive video to see Steve's intro with his
Being colorblind.
pretty awesome finger guns.
Steve takes it down.
To imagine,
Matt pretty well didn't even think about top pair there.
I guess Steve has been fairly quiet, but I think I'm calling at least onto top pair. How dare you guys talk about football in the chat room? There's no time for that. Ryan,
Hell,
Egg him on.
I took my vacation next week just so I wouldn't miss the draft.
Oh, you son of a gun. That is the Browns' most hopeful time of year.
I was going to say it's a highlight of Cleveland Brown fan season.
Why it's making my hands look even whiter?
Steve, another playable hand here.
450.
Looks like Brad had to use the commode, so he's out of there.
Chuck makes a call with 9-10.
Like I said, swingy. he doesn't find the fold button very often.
And he flops top pair.
Yeah, I don't see Chuck pulling top pair like Matt did last hand.
500. 1300.
That was kind of a weird raise by Chuck. Like, I guess if you're playing your goal is just to win the hand right then your hand's irrelevant. But you have top pair. If you raise there and get called or get re-raised, I mean, it's only gonna be happening with hands that beat you. So I think just flatting there with top pair would have been a little more in tune with how I would have played. Are you surprised there's no bust outs yet?
I am.
Are you disappointed?
Well, no, I'm not disappointed.
Should that have been my question?
No, like I said, I'm not rooting for the pain quite yet.
Okay, you'll save it up for later.
I like the pain in the really big hands when you get two monster hands.
When there might be tears.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's when I like it.
Only when it runs to the bone.
And we started limping here again. See if
looks like Brad's back from the restroom.
See if Annette does something about that here.
450.
I'm not sure that. Ooh.
Bad timing.
Oh, just a call.
So it looks like Matt's giving Annette slightly more credit than he should.
And all the aces are gone.
Oh, thank you. Needed some.
Brad's actually in really good shape.
4 players. Check.
Not anymore.
Check.
I don't know. I might just be a complete dum-dum, but I don't know if I'm ever flatting ace-king on a button. I don't think I'm flatting ace-king hardly ever. And we've seen it 2, if not 3 times already.
I think at least 3.
Maybe 3 ace-kings and an ace-queen. Is that what we've seen so far?
Yeah, a couple ace-queens, I think, and I think 3 ace-kings just flatting.
Call.
And just calling there.
I think Matt's just kind of playing pot control, I guess. He's just kind of just letting it flow.
Oh, and that picks up another draw here.
Ooh, the bet and the stare. I think Annette's been in the same seat almost every time she's been on the show as well. It's kind of funny. What's up with the Jay Leno chin in chat? Where'd that come from?
Nice call. Let's see here.
Whoop to Daisy.
Annette gets there.
Don't you dare check, lady.
2500.
Well, the world just got there for Matt. Everything his opponent could possibly have is all up there. King Jack, hearts, or not heart, yeah, King Jack, hearts, Queen 10, Ace 10, King Queen, Queen Jack. I mean, every single hand that like just annihilates his Ace King is just in his face right now.
Look at Annette staring him down.
It's hard to get a read on those aviators, though. Oh, B million with the burn. Ouchie. Bobby says in the chat, good thing he flat called.
I do it all the time.
Good camera angle there.
I thought there's probably like a 4% chance he was calling.
The operation was a complete success.
Yes, Annette will survive to play some more hands. Nice pot for her. She told me on the way in today that she actually won a seat to the main event this year.
Yes, she did.
So good for her. Congratulations, Annette. You're going to have the time of your life. Hopefully, I will be out there about the same time to hopefully come watch for a minute and visit Bart Hansen at his booth if he's not playing that day and hang out with him and, you know, shake some hands, kiss some babies, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to going out in Vegas this year and checking out the festivities.
Should be fun.
Or maybe I played it perfect and lost the minimum.
I may even play some poker while we're out there.
One of the two.
Hopefully I learn how to play by then. Folds around the mat, Jack 9 and a cutoff.
Better than me.
I think I'll go downtown and play one of them $40 tournaments.
600.
If they have any like $6 ones,
525.
count me in.
How much?
525.
Yeah, I knew it folded.
So look at Matt's trying to get rid of that bad taste in his mouth by raising up the Jack 9.
And I think Chris
1300.
Chris thinks that might be a steal.
I think Chris and Matt probably play together on a fairly often basis up at the casino there.
And call. Heads up, guys.
So Matt still is over starting stack because he had a pretty good run there early on. You know he lost that fairly big spot to Annette just now.
1500.
Pretty dry board for Chris to see bet here. Plus he has a flush draw. Right guys? All you need is 3?
And that bet takes it down.
About a minute left in this blind level. Next level will be 100, 200.
And there's 10 left on the total.
I do not know, Tyrell. Maybe I'll ask her during our break and I'll get back to you. I have a feeling though she's going to want to play the big one. Bucket list kind of thing, you know?
What was the question?
If she could take the cash for the main event and play a few 1500 events instead of just putting it all down on one tournament.
I believe the league she wanted in, you have to play.
At gunpoint? So the kind
Yeah, because there's a kickback to the league, I
sign
believe.
sign your life in blood.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather. I mean, I'd probably play the main over multiple 1500 ones.
Well, especially us. It's a once in a lifetime.
Once in a lifetime,
opportunity.
those 1500s are. I mean, they're tough. I mean, you start with a pretty small chip stack, and I mean, it's pretty rapid fire, pretty quick. I mean, you start with 4500. I think it started 25-25, but still.
What do they run the blinds? 45 minutes?
I think they're an hour.
Hour?
Yeah. I don't know. It's been a couple years.
Mark? He's not a seat, is that a dead hand?
Oh, yeah.
All right, the next hand will be 100, 200.
IP man, 6 to 9. Thank you for the follow.
Chuck raises to 400 with 7-8. Mike makes a call with ace-5.
So were you still 150 then? 75, 150?
Or no, Mike did make the call.
And call.
Chris bumps it to 1K and Chuck comes along. I think Chris is going to check here as well.
Yeah, let's see what Chuck does then.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris's hand is kind of a bluff catcher now, but at least now the pot's not super inflated now that he's on the turn. And he will have to, you know, force Chuck to bet twice to actually get him off his. 1.3 and 2.2.
Chuck has shown he's not unafraid to overbet to get the pot big too.
No, I mean, Chuck's been around the block. I mean, he's played quite a few tournaments. He's no stranger to tournament poker by any means. I guess, Chris, if you figured if he was good in a turn, I don't think pulling the river makes a whole lot of sense. Chris might be calculating remaining stack, structure, big blinds remaining. A lot to take in here. I mean, Chuck's been the most active guy at the table, so Chris has to think that there's a lot of times that Chuck has absolute air.
I just love to know what he's thinking right now.
I'm saying we need a booth. We need a booth for him to come talk. Let us know.
What was the river? It's not showing.
It's a deuce of something. Deuce of hearts, I believe. Steel trap. Up here.
I'm with you on this one. If you make the turn call, I don't see how you can.
Let's move back to Chris and see what kind of angle she's in. There it goes.
Yeah. Good call.
Chuck's gonna have to expose his 7-8. As they say, I think his hand was a bit polarizing. Because what is Chuck really betting there to get value from? I mean, I guess if he has some sort of trip queens there, he might get some value out of Jack, but there's a deuce of hearts. They're showing it for us now. I think we're typing into our little manual device the blind changes. So I think you're right, Tyrell. I think Chuck getting exposed there is probably making her rethink her king fold.
100.
Put him on 9s, huh?
I rethink everything when I have to fold kings. I know that.
So that hand actually took a little while. That hand took almost 4+ minutes.
Yeah, it was.
So we had about a minute left in the last level, and we're already down to 13 minutes of this level.
A little bit of a tank there. And now Chuck picks up a hand.
700.
So 3.1x here. Maybe trying to look like he's on that tilt mission. Trying to raise it up a little bit more.
All in.
And we got an all-in. See, that's the great thing about playing like he does. When you finally pick up a hand, you can win some big pots.
Like we said, he's very swingy, and this is gonna be one of those swings upward. Thanks for all the follows, guys. Appreciate it. I think Matt's gonna kick his in the middle. So there gonna be heads up. A couple JJs versus Ace Jack suited.
We've got our first player at risk.
We've got ourselves a sweat.
Action. There's the flush.
Oh, remember Matt folded 6s.
Oh, that's right.
I thought I heard someone squeal.
Oh.
That's so sick. Quads, not flush.
That'd have been our third quads of the night.
Wow, that's insane. That's completely insane. But we fade our first bust style. Trevor trying to get healthy again.
That'll definitely help.
Definitely. I usually want to get Schneib there.
He won one small one earlier.
A dinky one, as we will call it.
I haven't looked at anything.
I got one.
Well,
Goldie was 6'8" suited.
red.
Mark must have won.
I haven't looked at anything.
Yeah,
If he doesn't know which card is which, you gotta, but you don't know which the first one out was.
I have no idea.
One
I'll show
of
you.
these three is his second card. Nobody knows which one.
No one knows which one for sure.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
Maybe he knows which
There's
one.
been no action?
I'm not even done dealing.
Alright. What are you saying?
Chuck's card's red, so red two cards. So either take that one or it's a.
Here's what you could do. You could go find out.
Yeah, but you don't know if
Chuck's
the red
cards
card's the first one or the
That's
second
the
one.
problem. You don't know
Yeah,
which
that's true
card.
too.
You don't know which.
You don't know which one.
Because that could have been the first and third one.
Oh, Craig, you're the best.
See if anything good.
Because there's not.
Right.
I think we have a little misdeal here.
We had a misdeal. Jerry's first one. 8 episodes in, his first misdeal. I think we should fire him.
That's not too bad.
Whatever.
We tried to get Bobby's mustache on the camera today, but he didn't have a webcam to work for us, so that was kind of a bummer. Hopefully one of these days we'll have Mr. B Million, the famous B Million, Skype live from his home, and we can check him out. So you guys can all see the mystery man behind the curtain.
I think he's more infamous than famous, isn't he?
Good point. He's always carrying around a sausage wallet for whatever reason.
Trevor picks up ace 10.
God, it's weird to see my name up there. I'm like, am I in both places at one time?
He raises a 5. Brad has 5s in the small blind.
Okay, so we are raising out the blinds. 3-betting rather.
I'm gonna say this might get a little. Brad hasn't done too much for a while, so. Yeah, he just got them chips. You don't want to.
Yeah, he's only down 1.1k from his starting stack, so. And plus, I think wants to make a good showing. He's one of our more successful players at the table. I know Chuck has done pretty well for himself, and I don't know a ton about everybody else, but making 2 Heartland Poker Tour final tables is nothing to sneeze at by any means.
All right, we're gonna have a net under the gun here. A net with 13.5k, chipping up nicely.
Maybe after this hand we can get a chip count, all of them on the screen, and see what's happening.
400.
And that makes it 4.
So looks like we're on to the doubles now. So we're just doubling it. I think Chuck was the only one that 3x'd it. Trevor 2.5x'd it.
I'm glad she didn't limp.
Goldie getting 7-1, calls with the 5-3.
And I believe Chris flopped a flush draw here, and Annette had second pair.
Thanks for all new follows, guys.
If we can get the overhead shot again, because we're not getting the cards on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Chris with the flush draw, and Annette with second pair.
Blue Note, thank you for the follow.
Chris calls, and Chuck folds. Or wait a minute. Okay, I'm confused. Okay.
It still has our pre-flop action on the screen.
All right. That may be why the board didn't come up.
Could be. Craig, you think Annette has aged since our first broadcast that she was on?
Oh, that's mean.
He said it first. She said she has not aged well.
No, I said he's mean.
Oh. No, Craig's okay. Craig's been around. Maybe she's like a fine wine. I'm trying to tell if
There we go.
Chris and Mike are playing footsie under the table.
We're good, Mark. Alright, just pause for 1 second. What was the, tell me the bet again.
7. Raise.
Well, Chris had a flush draw.
21.
He bets and he wins.
21.
Fold.
And then that- no.
1 and 2.
Preach it, B-mails.
5 minutes left in this blind level. 5.5 minutes.
Just hit the, space where they show.
Matt under the gun with King 7. Lets it go.
We got face palms popping up in the chat.
This mic.
Watch out.
I don't have cards.
Cards are gone.
I'll fold.
Looks like it's folding around to the Z button. Chuck's not afraid.
Heads up. They show up.
Looks good on our end. We see all the cards.
And looks like Annette's going to make a donk bet here.
Bet. 1,000. 1,000. And call.
Chuck takes one off.
Looking for that 4-ball.
2,000.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to do
Did
that.
Annette led flop as well?
Yeah, she bet the flop. She donk bet the flop and led the turn.
Let's have a little discussion about donk betting. I'm not really for it. I think she got lucky that Chuck likes to play all 5 cards, so he will peel there like he did. But I think getting out of the flow of a hand is going to cost you more money than it will generally make you. So just a future tip, I think if Annette would have check called there, she maybe could have got another bet out of Chuck on the turn. Or she could have maybe led turn just to kind of mix things up. But I think leading flops like that just isn't the best.
Well, especially if somebody as aggressive as him, Chuck.
Exactly.
Because if he's raising, if it's check to him, he's betting, I would say 99% of the time. And that might be light.
Oh.
99.4.
Brad just limps in.
Raise and out. 600.
Only makes it 6. Matt calls and Brad calls.
Sorry.
3 players.
Goldie, huh? Is it legit? Wow.
Pretty good flop for Brad.
Wow. This is insane. So we've had 2 legit quads. We've had someone that folded quads. Now we have someone flop a straight with the possibility of the straight flush. This is insane.
And see, Brad checks it there.
Looks like it worked though.
Yep.
All in.
Oh. Hey girl.
Wow.
Hey girl. But I guess Goldie doesn't have a whole lot back, so I guess by Goldie betting the flop like that, Brad has to assume he has something fairly strong. Maybe a bigger flush draw, overpair, something like that. But this is crazy. And Brad's gonna ship to Sherbert his way.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he still had 3K left behind.
He bet 25% of his remaining stack, so I can see Brad's angle playing it fast to look kind of bluffy, but I think either way is fine. We talked about it last week a little bit with Bart playing hands fast. just because people are used to slow playing. So when you start playing hands fast, it just doesn't kind of add up for people. So it's you'll be ahead of the curve when you do like that.
Yeah, I just think he might have played it a little too fast though. That's the only thing I don't mind betting out or check raising.
Pulled it over Steve Reno. Makes it a 3xer.
But what do I know? He's won more money in the last 2 weeks than I've won in the last 2 months.
$1,500.
Oh, I thought that was a call.
Wow, more coolers.
Wow. Raise and re-raise, and you pick up tens.
But I was gonna say, I just remember when Mike played, he plays pretty snug. Like he doesn't goof around a whole lot.
Heads up.
Here we go.
Wow, are we getting some flops or what?
Yeah, we phone ahead for these suckers.
Did it go check on the flop?
Had to have.
17.
Wow.
Well, old Matty boy's not trying to fade a heart unless it's the 9 of hearts. 5 ball's not gonna do it for Steve.
Oh, break time now?
Next 10, 153.
Is it break?
After this, let's take the greens off. One more.
Oh.
One more level.
2,000.
It says break on the screen.
Break.
Right now.
It's gonna be at 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, how much was the bet?
2,000.
Looks like there's a discrepancy between if we're taking a break after this hand or not.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. He's double checking. He thought there was one more level.
I think someone's gonna go Aaron Rodgers and discount double check to see when we're breaking here. Is he calling for serious?
No.
Or is he going for his Oscar moment?
Call.
Wow.
Stop throwing your money away.
The hero call.
Toby. Wow, that was nuts. Like, did he think that?
What did he think he was on?
I guess he just assumed that he also had a flush draw and he missed. And a pair of 5s was the Nuggets.
Yeah, when you have a flush draw, it's kind of hard to put somebody else on one too.
Yeah, the problem is I'm clogged in that hole, but
You can play that.
Wow, some crazy hands.
I mean, you're beat buff, right?
While we take a minute, guys, don't forget to follow us on Twitter. Our handle is @PokerOnAir. Pretty simple. It's on the table. It's on the wall. It's behind my head, I'm pretty sure, somewhere. Oh, yeah, it's everywhere, in case you forget. But yeah, @PokerOnAir. We love all the new follows. You can see some behind-the-scenes photos and or hear what's going on in our lives. Say we have a new upcoming interview, like tonight. We have Dani Stern. You'll be the first to know because we'll let you know on our Twitter account. If you want, you can follow us as well. I am @T.1512.
What is it, 153?
I promise if you start following, I will be entertaining for you. And Paul, can they follow you as well?
They're more than welcome to, but I don't tweet very much. So.
That's okay. You might start once you get a few followers.
Mine's kind of long though. It's @mostly harmless, no vowels.
That'll work.
575 is the bet. Wait.
And it looks like we had a break scheduled, but we're going to go one more level before break. I know our tournament director likes to be able to chip up at breaks.
And he's a strict taskmaster, so we won't mess with him.
Chuck raises it to 600, and Annette makes a call with King Queen. Chuck raises with 10 Jack.
More fun.
We are getting some action flops. I really couldn't believe that last one went check.
Yeah, that was I mean, I can sort of. I mean, not even. I don't even like match check. Like, you 3-bet, you make the nuts basically, and you give your. I mean, with a flush draw, I mean, super wet board. Why? I mean, what's the point of waiting?
Check.
Thinking that's gonna hit another queen here.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's quads or nothing around here.
1100. 1600.
B Million wants to make sure you don't check into any strip clubs on your Twitter.
Oh,
So keep that
Okay.
incognito.
absolutely.
B Million might also be Papa Z, chatting from B Million screen name.
Check.
What do you got
Chuck
there?
bricks off.
No, it's like 600.
Chuck has 425 chips left. Looks like a little off. Looks like he has like 600 left, so it's
Yeah,
not
it's-
quite perfect, but that was really strange.
Jack kind of hurts.
Yeah, one of his straight draws here he didn't want to make.
Both are the exact same hand. And I did what you did.
So Ned
Folded, I left like 4
stacks it up even more.
I
Chipping
timed it
up.
Open ender and a flush draw. Like I bet, and I just.
Hey guys, Donnie Stern will be showing our first part of his interview.
There's no reason.
Let's see, let's do some mathematics. In about 12-ish minutes or so, maybe a little less.
Fold it.
He was a great guy. You know, he Skyped in. I got to talk to him for 30, 40 minutes or so. Super nice guy. So make sure you guys hang tight and check that out during our first break.
We're good?
I just need a net. No.
Yeah, I really thought we'd have lost a couple players by now.
So I think what's going to happen is the fact that we're just kind of like, ooh, this could do the trick. The fact that we've kind of just been easing into this game, and obviously we've had some big hands, but no one's gone bust. It's going to be like one of those situations where it's just rapid succession. This is just going to be like boom, boom, boom. Before you know it, we're going to be heads up. Or at least like 3-4 handed.
Well, that's like our poker league last night.
Yeah.
We started the final table at a little after 10, and we were done by what? 10:35.
10:30 or so.
Two ace queens. Brad's got to be liking his spot here.
It's got to feel good. All right, so we're gonna go flop 3 ways.
3 players.
Not anymore.
And he's behind.
All in.
Steve appropriately goes all in here. I mean, even if he's up against a king, you just gotta be like, well,
Yeah.
you got a king.
And he might have a small enough stack where Chris might call him. Well, maybe is Brad thinking about it?
He's really mulling it over. I don't think he will. Similar situation that we had earlier with Mike. Having someone behind you really kind of freezes you up a lot of times.
Yeah.
And the fact that we still have Chris behind, I think it's gonna force Brad to fold. But
675.
I've been wrong once or twice before, so we'll see.
You?
Yeah, once or twice I said.
When was the last time? Like 1996?
Yeah, that was like 12. Yeah, so it's been a while. I'm actually at first I thought Brad was just kind of Hollywood, but now I guess he's really thinking about this.
I was gonna say he's the pre-flop raiser and then moves in.
Now Chris is thinking like, well, I mean, Steve was pretty short, so he might just be rocking a stop and go here. But he did shove into 2 guys, so there might be.
Yeah, I think with
some
his
amount of
stack,
strength.
he's like, if you got a king, you got a king.
And Chris was getting 2-1 there.
You said the same hand, right? Yeah, you said the same hand.
They chop it up.
Bob, can you come on over here real quick? We got a chop pot. I haven't used that joke in like a couple hours, so I thought I'd run it out there.
Well, in Bob's defense, he's usually sweeping all the pots. He's usually not chopping them up.
I would hold the continuation chat.
You got something brown in your nose there, Paul. I think it's poop. I'm kissing booties. But that's very nice of you. I'm sure. Pop brew, yeah. I noticed that, but I didn't want to talk about it.
You only gotta get through one more hand.
Yeah, Bob, I think we need a full 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Alright, never mind.
On to the next one. On to the next one.
After that.
So I guess our plan is we're gonna let this break clock run out, and then we will play about 8 minutes or so into the next level, then take a break. So it's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit off kilter, but we'll figure it out. The question is, will we have our first bust out before the break happens? This could be it.
All in.
Chuck's all in for 625. It says 425, but I saw on screen it's 625. Candace, I would expect nothing less of you. I've never met you, but I would assume that you should always call Bob's friends, especially me, a sausage wallet.
Oh, and Matt picks up kings.
And Matt's got the good goods. Chuck is drawing to an 8.
Flip them over.
Well, unless we get an 8 here, we'll have our first casualty.
Didn't see that.
Can we get the overhead shot?
No one screamed or moaned or anything, so I assume there's no 8 out there.
I didn't know if he might have picked up a draw or something. Yeah.
But old Jerry was slinging them out there pretty fast.
All right, Chuck's our first victim tonight. Sorry to see him go.
Chuck mentioned he was on like a 72-hour bender before he got here, so he might not have been playing his A game. So if he ends up popping back here to do a little interview, we'll ask him about that and what he has coming up in the future. Pocky, what's up, my man? Sorry, Pocky, Dana's not here today. We got Paul Cream Pie Boston over here instead.
Like to send out our condolences to our co-host here, Suited Dan. He had a death in the family.
Yep.
Couldn't make it tonight.
Taking off, Chuck?
Yeah, our hearts out to him and his family.
Look at Annette. Feeling her oats now.
I like myself a good bowl of oats. Maple and brown sugar. Ooh, baby. It's a good way to start your day.
From under the gun +2, she makes it, raises it up with 10-7, and flops the flush.
Wow.
Against top pair.
And Steve's
and
fairly
check,
short.
Check.
That's what people are scared. They're scared that they flop really good hands, and they're so scared to lose their opponent when they have the proverbials that they lose out on value.
6 minutes.
That's actually a really good card for Annette. It allows her to probably get some more money out of Steve.
She checked, I think, didn't she? Oh, no. Okay. It was him. I heard a check.
Then she puts them all in. Let's see if he makes it happen. Pocky. Boston cream pies. Ever heard of it? It's a donut. Steve does not want to be our second casualty. Oh no! Right on cue. Suited Dan pops up in the chat room.
Really? All right. Did he have a snarky comment for anybody?
Nope, just hello. Just hello.
Wow.
Mine and Kevin, thank you for the follow. Something about a phone. Thank you for the follow. I think we're going to have about 5 minutes until the break.
Chris picks up aces.
7.
Oh, that screen name is insane. Okay, couple AAs. AA, Chris.
4 minutes.
All right, we got 4 minutes till our next. Oh no, the break's next, isn't it?
Break is in 4 minutes, and during the break we will be talking to Dani Stern. He was so kind to let us bend his ear.
And there are chip stacks.
Action will be on a net.
With ace 10.
She raised a 10-7. Let's see if she does the same with the ace 10.
Looks like a limp.
600 to bet.
Come on.
All in.
And the ace has moved over a seat.
Wow. So queens like 3 times, aces back-to-back hands, quads twice, kind of 3 times, flopping straights. I don't think anyone's gonna come along. I'm guessing
No.
Trevor already folded, Goldie folded, now it's on a net. Then folding, and same for Mike. So Mandalay is going to chip up a bit, like what was that, like 1.2 or so.
Yeah, it's like 25% of her stack.
She will happily take it.
That's the stack size right there where I never know. Should I just shove it in? Should I raise and then go?
It's awkward. I mean, it's the reason I call it an awkward stack. I mean, she's sitting there with just under 20 bigs, like 17, 18 bigs or so. I mean, it's kind of tough. You get a limp and a raise. I think shoving's fine.
I'm ready for some of that.
And you get a lot of pairs to call, a lot of, you know,
Right.
maybe ace queens, the occasional king queen suited.
700.
Under the gun with ace queen, raise it up to 7.
Matt's had kind of a swingy stack as well. Been up and down a little bit. The dunk. I haven't seen the dunk on the muck pile since Brian Townsend back in like 2008. I tried to copy him for a while, but it wasn't nearly cool enough.
Yeah, you watched last week? What did this kid over here have when him and Pete got into it? He had 7-8?
Ace 7.
Oh, ace 7.
Talking about a hand in it last week in our 2-5 game with we had a 6-bet.
Oh, that was fun.
Oh yeah.
Jacks versus like ace 4,
7.
ace 7 that was.
Yeah.
What's up, Darren? Welcome to the stream, my man. I could always use some candy.
We haven't seen Darren for a little while, have we?
All in.
It's because he's a mixed game Omaha reg.
Ah.
I heard an all in from somewhere.
Oh, and he did it into ace king.
Six bets, like $500.
21.75.
I don't think there's anything to think about here. Short stack moving all in late position. You pick up ace king. It's pretty much an insta call, isn't it?
I think he's just making sure everyone's paying attention behind him.
Oh, he's raising.
You missed a 6-bet hand, Bob?
Oh, Bob, that was the best.
So, I will come back to that after the break. But at this point, we have Steve at risk, and Brad has him covered.
Quads again. Quads twice.
Wow. That's bizarre.
And we would have had quads again, evidently.
Wow. Rigged.
And the same guy that folded them last time.
Okay, guys. So, on that note, we're going to take a 10-minute break or so. But hang on. Keep watching because we do have our interview with Dani Stern ready for your ears and eyes. as we speak. So we're going to have the players take a quick little break. And on that note, we'll see you in about 10 minutes. What's up, everybody? We have another interview for you guys tonight. PLO expert Dani Stern. He's coming in to us live from Vancouver, Canada. I'm not sure about you, Dan, but I'm pretty excited.
Always excited to have a special guest on Poker on Air.
So, Dani, how you doing, my man?
Doing pretty good. Thanks for having me. Thank you for the flattering title.
Well, of course. Is it not fitting?
Yeah, allegedly. We'll see.
I would say you're in that top echelon for sure. I'm going to try to find someone to disagree with me, but it'd be pretty hard.
Look, we sit around in Akron, Ohio, playing our little 1-2 game, just wishing that we were in the big leagues like you.
But just to kind of get things kicked off, tell us a little bit about yourself. When you got started in poker, kind of like the progression to where you are now.
I have probably a pretty similar story to a lot of guys my age who got into poker. Started when I was in high school. I'm like definitely of the moneymaker era is like when I started playing. So I got really into poker like my senior year of high school right after Moneymaker had won. I graduated high school in 2004. Right, and he won in 2003, so like fall of 2003 that was airing on TV. So like the beginning of my senior year of high school, my friends and I were watching that, and we watched Rounders and that very sort of standard story of my generation. So many guys got started that way.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we just started playing like quarter ante games and things like that, just after school, and at our like somebody's house we'd go to and play like all night on a Friday night or Saturday night or something like that.
Typical basement garage games.
Yeah, that was like my start, and then I went to college and I was playing like in the dorms, like playing in the lobby with random people in the dorm room. Started playing online right around when I was 18. Mm-hmm. Pretty much started with like $5 sit and goes and 10 cent, 20 cent, that sort of thing. And
so I guess one of my questions is, when did you kind of realize that you were better than your friends, and what kind of drove you to get better than everybody else? I
remember when in high school when I was still playing, when I was like 17 or 16 even, we would talk about strategy, and everybody had their own opinion on what to do with different hands and things like that. And I said, have you guys ever read like a poker book? I asked them, I remember, and most of them were very dismissive of it. They were like, what? That's ridiculous. Like, you can't learn poker from a book.
Reading when I don't have to? What are you talking about?
And I remember thinking that was really stupid, and I was like, I'm going to go read a book because somebody out there knows more than my idiot friends, Mm-hmm. And so I went out and I bought Play Poker Like the Pros by Phil Hellmuth.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And I think all of us have probably thumbed through that at some point in our lives, yeah.
Right, and it was, it's not a really good poker book. It's obviously, the advice is pretty ludicrous, but it did give me just the base ideas that, like, if you play stronger hands than your opponents, you're probably going to win more. So you need to play a little bit tighter than them. It was like just the start, just that's how you like beat those really soft games, is just just don't play like a complete lunatic.
Yeah.
So at what point do you say to yourself, hey, you know what? I'm pretty good at this game, and I think I can make some money doing this?
I don't know. I just kind of it was very gradual. It wasn't like an overnight thing. I just at some point I won a tournament for like $3,000, which was like tripled my net worth at the time.
Right.
And then I went on a heater and playing like 1-2 no limit and cash for another tournament for like 10K or something, and it just kept getting slightly bigger and bigger. And then I don't know, before I knew it, I was like playing like 25, 50 by like my junior year, so it just for a while I thought poker would just be something I did on the side, but once I started getting up to once I got to like 5-10, No Limit. That's when I really was like, oh, I guess this is going to be better than anything else I could do, especially my history degree with my 2.5 GPA.
So was there a money threshold that you kind of crossed over and said, I'm going to be making way more money doing this than any sort of job I can get into? Or is it just was like a certain mindset that kind of clicked in you and said, you know what, I'm going to give this a full-time go?
It wasn't necessarily so calculated. I mean, I was starting to get really passionate about poker, and I really didn't care at all about school, and those were kind of my two options at that time. And I basically said, well, obviously I'm going to play poker. I really enjoy this game, and I became pro officially when I dropped out of college, I guess you could say. I mean, I was professional before I dropped out. I was like, completely independent and paying for my tuition and all that. But at some point in my, it was technically my senior year, but I actually was like way behind because I had just been failing classes and taking way less credits than I was supposed to. But I came back from PCA from the Bahamas back to Montreal where I was in school in the middle of winter. I just came back from the Bahamas where it's like perfect weather. Then I go to Montreal winter, which is, I don't know if you've ever been to Montreal in January, but it's like if hell froze over. That's
a stark contrast, yeah.
And I came back and I was like a week behind in classes because I missed a week of class from being at this poker tournament. And I come back and I go to 3 classes my first day, which I never even did. I would never even go to class, but for some reason I went to class the first day because I felt like I was behind. And I went to all 3 classes, and by the end I was like, I'm just done with this. This does not make any sense anymore. I'm not going to do this.
I think the poker world's better for it. So I guess the stark contrast in temperature, we benefited from that for sure.
Yeah, I'm happy with my decision. I mean, it would be nice.
I would say so. So at this point, you're, I guess, dropping out of college. Did you have any close poker peer friends at that point that you were testing theories out on and talking about hands and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, definitely. From the very beginning, I tried to network and make friends and develop relationships in the poker world because it seemed really obvious to me that is the best way to get better, or at least put yourself in good situations, have the opportunities to get better and talk. And it's also just a social thing. I mean, you want to be friends with people you're surrounding yourself with poker players all the time, so it's just natural to become friends with some of them, the ones you gravitate towards. So I mean, even from when I was like 19, like even when I first started playing online, I immediately started becoming friends with some guys just from talking online, and then eventually some of them became some of my best friends who I'm still friends with today. And yeah, it continues to be something that's really important in poker is developing those relationships and staying close with other poker players.
Okay, speaking of those relationships, we'll come back to that after our quick little break, and we'll be back with Dani Stern for some more Poker on Air interview action.
If you and your friends would like to play at the Poker on Air Penthouse Studio and have your game broadcast to the world, just give us a call. Your friends or league can rent our studio and play on our brand new custom-built RFID poker table, while we capture all the fun and action using 7 high-definition cameras and our live stream studio switcher. Play live while our commentators call all the action and bring your game to life. So if it's your league's final game of the season, or you and some friends just want to have fun, the Poker on Air studio is available to you. We can even take our show on the road and broadcast live from your event or casino. The graphics and sponsors on this custom traveling table can be changed to meet the needs of your event. Even better, if you would like a custom RFID table built for you or your venue, or would like to become a Poker on Air Broadcast City franchise, we can help you with that request as well. For more information, just give us a call at the number on your screen or email us at producer@pokeronair.com. Poker on Air, let's deal you in.
Welcome back to Rubber City Poker. Tonight's game is a $250 buy-in sit-and-go tournament, and first place is a $1,500 seat to the Cleveland Horseshoe Casino's $1,500 buy-in event. Second place is $600, and third place is $400, I believe. Yeah?
That is correct. And as you'll see when we get back to the table, some have sit and left because they've been knocked out. We are down to 8 players. Blinds are creeping up, and stacks are getting a lot more shallow. So we'll see if people start stealing more often to kind of pad their stacks, or if they're going to sit back and line the weeds. We'll see. But the blinds are going to be creeping around these guys, and there's not much play left to try to formulate a plan to win.
All right. Well, let's send it back out to the table.
Let's see if we can possibly get a chip count update here at some point. I do believe Annette is in first right now.
Yeah, she's been chipping up pretty good.
But I think we have a couple shorties. I think Chris has a nice stack. But I think Trevor, Mandalay, and Goldie are 3 shorties right now. By the way, thanks for the Cavs updates, guys.
Oh, did we get, what's the score?
75-68 as the fourth quarter begins.
All right, now we're good.
1100.
People just keep tooting that horn out there. So it folded to Brad. Brad raised, and he took down the blinds.
Yeah, I couldn't actually follow the action there.
Sometimes it's too quick for our own good.
Mike? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Trevor under the gun here with King 7.
I thought you were addressing me. The guy in the tablet, he's tracking all the chip amounts. So when they bet, he has to manually put it into the tablet. That way we keep all chip stacks straight and accurate on the screen.
Yeah, all our cards have RFID chips in them. The chips do not, though.
Maybe someday. The technology is quite expensive, and it still hasn't really been figured out.
All right, we don't have Mandalay's cards.
There they are.
Ace 10.
Check, check. Surprised Mike didn't bet that flop, but here's a little tidbit of information for you guys. I think they came together. I don't think they're playing soft or anything, but I think Mike might know how Mandalay plays, and I think Mandalay might know how Mike plays, so that might slow them both down. And Mike's going crud. I could have won that pot 3 different ways. So Mandalay now back up to 6.7 or so. Uh-oh. Day Shift in the house. Day Shift played in our stream last week. He played in a 2-5 game. He's a regular at the Cleveland Casino.
Looks like Annette's going to raise.
There we go.
1100.
Raise to 11 with Ace Jack.
It goes to 11.
Call.
And another flatty patty on the button.
Wow.
So I don't want to sound sexist or anything, but I think I'm just going to talk like normal strategic logic here. As this hand's going on.
Pretty good flop for Chris.
Yeah, Chris isn't mad. But people typically will play against women a little different just because they think their tendencies are to play pretty tight and their range is obviously a lot smaller than the average person. So I think maybe Chris is just kind of just trying to play it cool here and just not get too out of control against the net. That's my only guess on what maybe he was feeling or thinking. See what check, bet, fold.
Yeah, and that only evidently had one out, the king of hearts.
All right, Bob. Let's see if I can remember this hand. Dan was in the booth for that one, I think. So
I was.
You were in the booth
here,
for
yeah.
6th hand? Okay, so if I miss anything, you have to remind me. I think a straddle was on because I think we were straddling fairly often that night. And what happened was Pete was sitting, I want to say, in a small blind. Was it small or big blind?
It was one of the blinds. I don't
maybe
remember.
Big blind. Maybe actually I think it was big blind and the straddle. That's what it was. So you're playing 2-5, $10 straddle. Pete raises with pocket jacks, fairly standard size. The straddler, who is Zach, re-raises ace-7 back to Pete. Pete looks at him like, dude, what are you trying to do here? Pete re-raises, fairly small, because at this point, you don't need to raise a ton. Zach bets again, only to have Pete put the 6th bet in, and Zach actually snap mucked, and Pete showed the jacks. It was pretty sick. You guys, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch our last video on our archived list, or go to pokeronair.com. Check out our old videos, the 2-5 game with Bart Hansen, because it was pretty filthy.
All right, here we had Matt raised it up with queens. Brad had 7s in the big blind and called. Brad checked here, and Matt's bet 1.7.
How many times? I mean, Matt has had monster pairs. Like, how many times today?
And Brad several times now has had mid to small pairs and made the call and then had to fold on the flop.
I pulled a quad. It was coming. Runner.
What was the low card? Jack 10?
Jack 10, 5.
5 deuce.
No, runner.
Yeah,
My quad.
5 deuce, 5-5.
No, I had pocket deuce.
All right, and that's going to be first act here.
UTG. Matt probably has like queens or something.
Trevor actually stacked back up a little bit too.
Yeah, his double up that he had against, who did he double up against? You remember?
I do not.
Oh, it was Chuck. That's what it was. It was ace jack versus jacks. So
That's
he actually
right.
he almost got healthy enough to be back in the back to starting stack, but not quite.
That's right. I remember that hand now.
Again, I'm not rooting for Trevor to bust, but I would love to hear some of his stories from the playing the Heartland Booker Tour. Like, how many events has he played? Knowing he's made 2 final tables, that's pretty awesome.
Wonder where he finished at him too.
I'm guessing he didn't win any of them because he probably would have mentioned that.
Yeah, that would have been one of the first things we probably heard. Matt under the gun here with 5-6 of spades.
I only had one caller. I bet the flop in the turn without looking at my hand. Then on the river, the board was like queen, 3, 3, 4.
Trevor again picks up a hand. Makes it 1,000 with ace queen suited.
I'm thinking ace high is good, so I check behind. He's got like the 4. So he's like, all I gotta do is bet. Like, it's so bad. Like, if I don't look at my hand, I bet again.
Oh.
I
think Goldie will ship it here, yeah.
It makes a clear ship.
2,000.
Oh, wow. Evidently the net's got something to think about.
In position, heads up, and 1, 2.
You know, if she knew what their hands were, I think she beats him in the pot here.
Yeah, but Trevor's been agreed. If she knew, but Trevor has been fairly snug for the majority of the evening, and raising the shove. Even if the shove was small, 5s aren't really the best.
And it's a chop pot.
Everybody loves a chop pot.
Looks like Annette's brought out the sucker now.
When all else fails. We did ask Annette, however. People were asking earlier if Annette could take her main event seat buy-in and spread it out amongst other lower staked events, and the answer is no. Kind of what we thought. So she's a part of a league, and the league kind of dictates that if you win a seat, you have to go play.
11.
Thanks for catching that, mister. I was paying homage to Stapes, not copying.
Hey, I wanted him. Yep. I thought it was
It's one of Mike's first
been a while.
First hand he's won, I think.
Things slowing down a little bit here. All them crazy hands and monster flops we had there.
Yeah, we haven't seen quads in a while now. This is crazy.
No top sets against nut flush draws.
Right. Nice pan of the table here. Getting everybody in the shot. Nobody's really gotten on the line though. I mean, the only one I can really think of is when Annette raised 10-7 of clubs under the gun +1.
And then flopped it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to do it, you might as well do it. But other than that, it's been fairly straightforward from everybody.
Let's see what Matt does here.
Raise. 27.
He raises it down and
Did somebody just face plant into the, into
I
the camera?
think so.
I think Golf Ball Paul just made a face-to-face.
I wish I could have seen that.
Matt gets another win there.
Yeah, I'd have paid good money to watch that.
Well, yeah, I wish we had another camera view of old Paul smacking his face in there.
Good.
Mandalay with Ace King.
Raise.
Raised to 15.
15.
Brad lets the King 10 suited go.
Yeah, I mean, she's only open. I think it's maybe the second time she's raised. No one wants to contest.
Yes.
I wish Chris would keep it down so we could actually hear the action.
All right, we're going to sweeten the pot here a little bit.
B-Million, you jealous? I know you're a... oh, there it goes. I know you are a superhero fan. You could have been winning a Spider-Man Pez dispenser. This Sweeten the Pot is brought to you by someone's wallet because they bought us some Pez for this hand.
Call.
Just a call.
You'll be able to see it, Trevor. I'll buy that.
letting the 2-3 in. Or the 10-4, I'm sorry. And a net flops trip.
She's been really good at flopping things.
Yeah. This game's real easy when you hit every flop. And fill up on the turn. Net bets and wins on the river.
Yeah, she's. I mean, she has all the cards. No one else can have really have a hand.
All right, Bradley under the gun here.
There's our #1 photographer, Paul Moskowitz, the dealer's long lost brother.
He does take some nice pictures, though.
All in and out.
Goldie's all in, the King 10 suited. People wish him good luck. They don't mean it.
The 6 is just insta-mucks.
22.
Oh, no, it didn't. It disappeared there for a second.
Isn't 22 your favorite Taylor Swift song?
Mine?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to be coy. The 6s just fold?
Yeah, it did fold. I thought it insta-mucked, but he did fold.
Mike's really playing it close to the vest. We're actually wearing sunglasses inside because it actually is really bright in there. If you sit at the table for a little while, you will notice that your eyes are kind of affected. So some of these guys have played here before, and they are aware of that. So they are donning the sunglasses.
But it was still the best I've had in a while.
What's the game next week? Same thing?
No, I haven't decided that yet.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
All right, Goldie under the gun here with Ace Jack. I'm sure he's going to ship it again.
Great instant replay.
Uh-oh, looks like Annette might have a hand.
Call.
She does have a hand.
Is it a call or a raise?
Well, actually, that's on you.
What did she throw in?
She threw in 4,000.
Ooh, we have to have a rolling.
It's a call.
4 to 28, 24.
That's a raise.
I think, isn't it?
It should be raised.
Yeah. He made it 24 more. She only made it.
He made it
16 more. Right?
No, he made it 28, which is 24 more.
Yeah.
It's
She only made it 12 more.
She needs to get at least
call.
halfway
Wait,
there.
no.
Is she halfway there?
She is halfway. She's exactly halfway there.
No, it's got to be the full way there.
24, that'd be 12. 12 more. So 5,200 is the call. The bet.
She's not mad. She's not mad that she accidentally raised.
Oh, I see why he's wondering.
Oh, a big decision for sure. It was like the peak, the re-peak. Oh my gosh, everywhere.
Making noise. It's dramatic.
Holy cow.
I mean, I don't think Chris is going to full round right here. No, I think he and Annette are, I think, the top 2 chip stacks. So I don't think he's going to goof around too much. Yep. He says peace out.
I was going to say that pretty well takes away most of Goldie's outs, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
Goldie's he's not looking too fresh right now.
King versus Ace Jack.
B Million, dude, you're the best. Your chat humor's on par. There's 2 7s for you, Frank. Oh, sorry, ran out of 7s.
Did you intend to raise it?
And then that fills up on
Annette's
the river.
got all the kings.
That's what I thought.
And we lost another one. We're down to 7.
Another one down, another one down, another one bites the dust. Bum, 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 another one bites the dust.
I thought you were going to sing another one rides the bus.
Ooh. Yeah, no cupcakes this week. We didn't want to. I mean, since it's a sit and go, not a cash game, we wanted to distract them with too many delicious treats. So the Pez are a nice little happy medium.
And the cupcakes are every other week.
You know what that phone is?
We're going to have Goldie sit down here and talk a little bit with Trevor.
Yep, we're going to have our first interview tonight. So let's get Goldie saddled up and I'll ask him a few questions. If you guys in the chat have any questions, ship them my way and I'll do my best to answer some of them. Welcome, Goldie. You are the first brave player to come back here and hang out with me.
Thank you.
Everyone else skated out here pretty quick.
Yeah, kind of cards is what it is sometimes.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you're tilted and you're bummed out you lost, you don't want to talk to anybody. So I completely understand everybody. But first question I always like to ask everybody, so how did it feel knowing that at this point I think 1,000 some people are watching you play every hand? Is it a little intimidating or did it bother you at all?
Not really. I played in the World Series of Poker. Last year Moneymaker knocked me out on the ESPN table, so
that son of a gun.
It was pretty bad, but everybody's got their bad beat stories. So
sure.
It's just kind of the format here. Just you're concentrating on a single table, so that's really your only mindset is single table. Nothing else really matters.
Yeah, just moving on and watching everyone else fall out before you.
That's right.
Trying. Exactly. We do have an all-in. I don't think anyone's going to party with him. Yeah, Matt. I think Matt's going to pull as well. He's trying to make sure he's not getting odds, but after a brief calculation, he's going to know he's going to kick it in. So obviously some tough luck. You shoved in the hand before with what, King 10 or something like that?
Yeah, King 10 suited.
Under the gun +1 maybe.
Yeah.
And then you tried it again right next hand. Actually, you improved.
It had a better hand, but that's poker.
You feel pretty good. You had what, like 9-ish blinds, 8 blinds, something like that.
I was really looking for any 2 cards to shove with, and I just kept getting a Jack 5, Queen 4, so I really didn't have much opportunity to really shove with at least with a chance. Had I had a smaller connector pair.
And it probably didn't help having like in your steel spots, having a net in your left, the chip leader, then another big stack Matt, and then the biggest chip stack was Chris, like closest down. So even if it fools you like in a hijack, you're just looking at all the big stacks in front of you that could call you super wide.
Yeah, and I knew I was getting called. I just wanted to make sure I got it in with 2 bad cards that I had a real good possibility of getting lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that strategy. Sometimes it's better to have a couple low ones, knowing they have a couple high ones, and you have full equity, I guess.
With Ace Jack, you virtually know any call you have, you're probably still behind, and then in the net calls, I knew I was in trouble immediately. Right. I mean, that's just one of those things where you'd rather have 2 lower cards and hope that she doesn't have a big pocket pair, which she did.
Yeah. Well, actually, as we're talking, we had, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Another all-in moment, and Mike just get crushed on the river by Trevor. Kings versus Ace Jack. I guess that's how you do it with Ace Jack.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple minutes too late.
Yeah, I'm sure you're glad to hear to watch that happen.
Trevor's played in quite a few tournaments, and he's had some great finishes. So a lot of times the poker gods get even one way or another.
That's true. Yeah, I mean he started off pretty bad. He actually got put in a couple 6 spots. Like we had 10s on like a 7 high board versus queens, I think it was. So I mean that'll do you dirty. So it's nice to see him jumping back up. Yeah. Even though I am curious, I want to talk to him about some of his other adventures that he's played. But so you said you played in the World Series. Is that last year you said you played?
Yeah, I've played in it a couple times. But the main event last year was my first one, and a lot of good stories. I played against Sexton and Moneymaker day 2 on the final or on the ESPN 1 table.
So I'm guessing when you playing the main event is obviously a lot of people's bucket list. So did it meet all your expectations that you hoped for?
And more. I've always played in the smaller events, and I was able to win my way into the big one. And I will say it is a spectacular event.
Well, I played in a smaller event a couple years ago. Just being at the Rio with all the energy and all like-minded people, I mean, it's a special thing.
There's nothing like hearing, all those tables and the poker chatter going on with everybody shuffling their chips. I mean, it's almost a deafening roar.
Yeah.
You almost have to have those headphones that silence everything to really think through some hands sometimes.
Yeah. My brief little moment of sitting with Fame was I sat with Mendon Master for maybe 20 minutes before he busted. Like he sat down, he late regged, played for about 20 minutes, drank a beer, and took off. So that was my limit of hanging out with a celebrity. But yeah, I actually, when I went out there a couple years ago, I went a day ahead of time, and it was during the one drop. So I'm just on the rail watching all of my idols in one spot. I literally walked into poker room, walked into Amazon room. I turned the corner. The first person I locked eyes with was Phil Ivey. Like it was like so surreal. I'm just like, and I was by myself. Like I went out by myself, and it was just like it was the coolest thing just to go. There's Ivy. There's Daniel. There's Doc Sands. Like I was like, I wasn't aware that the one drop was going on at the time. And I was on my phone like, what is going on? And I'm like, oh, of course, yeah, the one drop is amazing. 14.
The professional poker players, the Helmuths, Negreanus, during that tournament, they're just extra friendly. I can't say enough positive about them. I know some of them get bad raps for being the poker brat and things like that, but they all take pictures. They realize that is a definite bucket list for a lot of people, and they really cater to those people, and I commend them for it.
Yeah, I mean, you listed, Daniel and Phil Helmuth, definitely two of the best poker ambassadors. I mean, Phil traveled the country playing smaller buy-ins, basically shaking hands, getting out to that poker public that, have read his books, that have idolized him, that have watched all of his shows. It's just amazing that they can, reach back to the community like that and be so cool. Yeah. So as we grind down now, do you have a favorite you're picking to ship the sugar here?
Well, the table right now, I still think there's a feeling out process with some people, believe it or not. I think the aggressive have dialed it back a couple notches. Now everybody has a pretty decent stack to where if you're going to get in the pot, you better commit to it or you're going to lose a good percentage of your chips.
Yeah.
And that's, it's really going to, I think there's going to be a big tidal wave here and probably another blind level or two where you're going to see some big action.
Oh, that's kind of what we're talking about. The fact that we didn't have any bust outs for so long, I was like, once they hit, they're going to come in rapid succession unless each bust out kind of goes to a different person and the chips keep bouncing out evenly. But if we still have the top tier of stacks versus the bottom tier, it's going to be hot and heavy here pretty quick.
Yeah. I was actually just dying to know. I was in a hand. I had nothing, queen four, and just playing around because I was really card dead, and so I was really wondering what the guy had, and he shoved all in over top after he limped, then called, then checked to me.
So if you remember the board, I believe it was.
It was nothing. It was
6, 7, 8.
Somewhere around there.
6, 7, 8 with 2 clubs.
Yes.
He had 9, 10 of clubs. So he flopped the joint with a gut shot straight flush draw.
Yeah, and it felt like, you could have got all my money, with just a minimum bet maybe, but for him to shove all in over top of me, boy, sirens go off real quick.
Yeah, how we kind of broke it down was the only thing we could think of is he was hoping that maybe you had some sort of ace high flush draw versus his flop straight, and
gotcha.
Obviously his flush draw would have been meaningless at that point. Or the fact that you see bet the way you did, maybe he thought maybe you did have the overpair,
right?
Even but by chance having a set or something like that.
Yeah, because virtually it just even top pair, you're no good, so it's kind of it just was shocking to me. It just didn't make sense, and that's why I ended up folding while actually having absolutely nothing is why you fold.
But you're saying basically, even if you have.
If I had
2 queens in that spot, you might find a fold in that situation.
And the big pot I got in with the net real early on, where I think I had ace king at flop top pair with nut flush draw. There was 3 clubs on the board. How that hand really panned out. There was just so many different hands that could beat me. It was hard for me to call, even though it was a min raise that she did on me in the end. There was a not to mention the flush draw, which I thought she had. When she checked on the turn, after the turn, I thought, well, maybe, and that was kind of my feeler bet, and so I'm still wondering what she had on that.
I'll let you know as soon as the hand's over. So
gotcha.
As the action goes, it folded to Trevor on the button. He raised it up with 8-9. Kind of what I thought might start happening. People getting a little more after it on the button, and Brad repops it pretty big to 3.3, and Trevor quickly folds. So anyhow, that hand. So she limped under the gun. I believe it was a raise by someone in mid-late position. You flat called out of the big blind with ace king.
Yep.
She flots turned out to be pocket 3s. So she flops a set.
Gotcha.
I think she led into you. You called with top pair, nut flush draw. Turned another 3. So she makes quads in the turn, hence the check. and then then you end up betting river and she raises, but
Yeah, there was just a lot of hands that beat me, and I was like, wow. But what do you do? That's just the luck of poker, I guess.
yeah, I guess you don't put her on pocket 3s in that spot just
No.
because it's so unlikely. But pocket 4s makes sense, definitely. Limp calling under the gun.
Yep.
A lot of people play their small pairs like that.
Yeah. What confused me was that she did check after the flush came on there. So that made me think that she had the flush, to be honest. And here she had the set.
Right. So Annette did not fold here. She called. So Trevor is ratcheting up the aggression right now. I'm actually really excited about this. It's going to change the dynamic of the game quite a bit. Annette is going to peel with ace-king. So Annette really hasn't shown down any hands. So the fact that, I think we talked about a little bit ago, people kind of give women that certain kind of image, and they think, well, she's playing, she has the goods for the most part. So I think that's probably pot control by Trevor on the turn by checking back, but at the same time, he can't feel super strong about his 10, or at least he doesn't feel super strong about it. But once she checks turn, I think, she called? Is that what it was? Annette bets river, and then Trevor quickly calls.
I definitely would never put Trevor to fold that hand no matter what really was bet. I think with what he had left and playing with him as much as I have, it's hard at this stage of the game where all those chips are pretty even. I think Annette, we played her in another league, and she can be fairly aggressive and go after the pot at times. But I definitely agree with your assessment that sometimes women do have that view at the table. And especially until you get a couple hands underneath them, to get a feel. But when you don't get the showdown, you really there's just the great unknown.
Absolutely, yeah. Which is funny because Annette's played plenty of pots tonight, so you think that kind of mindset would go out the window, but I think she's still holding on to it a little bit longer. But I think we're gonna get Paul back in here. Thank you so much, Goldie, for hanging out with us.
Thank you for having us, guys.
Your insight was awesome, and best of luck to you. Are you gonna go out for the WSOP this year at all?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Cool. Well, good luck to you out there, Sue.
Thank you much.
You got it. Come on back, Polly. Your seat's nice and warm.
I need somebody else in there so I can 3-bet.
5 minutes remaining. Sorry, chat room, if you were asking questions, I wasn't able to look at it. I was trying to be engaging.
All right, we got Trevor under the gun here.
And number 1 in your hearts. Trevor's chipping up quite nicely.
Yes, he is.
He kind of just, he obviously was a little unlucky early on, but as of now, he's kind of changing that gear. And,
is that a walk?
It was.
Wow. That's the first one tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Unless I missed one, but I think we should have the rule, though. If you get a walk, you do have to get out of your chair and do some
walk
sort of
around the table.
No, you go walk it out, like in the rap song. Pop and lock, as they say.
It's fine. It's not bad. It just changes a little bit.
Brad with Ace Jack here under the gun.
Brad's been playing pretty solid throughout the night. I think a raise under the guns can get decent respect. But the
Might get a call here.
The Queen Jack is oh so pretty.
Yeah, might get a call here.
And Matt is in position.
I love them kind of hands in position.
I miss you too, Dan.
Did he miss me or just you?
You just said me, so I'm not sure you guys are fighting right now, or
not that I knew of.
You did beat him heads up last night. Probably not too thrilled about that.
Brad makes a C bet here into Matt with top pair.
I'm sorry.
So last week Bart was talking about like not having to always c-bet. And this might be a spot where it maybe not be the best idea. Just because that flop smacks Matt pretty square. Like I think he calls with a lot of king queens, queen jacks, ace queens. So I think maybe a check and then redecide maybe slightly better than c-betting here. And
42.
Matt re-raises. So now Brad's in the cage trying to figure out what that could do with his hand.
And he lets it go. And Matt shows the queen.
It's like, hey ladies.
I'm bluffing every time. So I'm not bluffing every time.
Not bluffing every time. The guy that's had more high pocket pairs than the rest of the table combined. He's like, I'm not bluffing all the time.
And 2 of his little pocket pairs would have had quads.
That is the truth.
All right, we've got a net under the gun.
Utka.
Jack 8 off.
You have me? Yep. I don't know if you said good or if you said something else.
Chris with king queen
Raise it up.
I had another monster.
raises it. Trevor with ace king. Let's see if we see another flat with ace king. Yes, we do. Interesting.
So this one I can kind of understand though. Trevor's on his way up. Chris has kind of been there. I can see playing a little pot control against another larger stack. But I mean, I feel like Chris is raising in that position pretty wide range. I guess he doesn't want to fold out anything worse, but playing out of position, not making a pair is kind of tough.
15.
I guess he has plans. Bet and a call. See if Chris can fire another shell here.
Does he have the second barrel?
I think they're gonna say the second testicle.
And he checks. I think Trevor knows he's got the best hand now.
Yeah, I feel like Chris, giving up on the turn, I don't think you can bet many rivers, especially like a 5 of clubs. Unless he's like trying to rep some sort of like ace 5-ish type hand that I think waving the white flag on the turn is
once you let that turn go.
He checks and holds his cards over the muck, knowing that they're no good.
4 and 8 now.
Yeah, it's hard to make any bet there that makes sense.
See if we can get a shot of our chip counts here before too long.
Well, we got Matt under the gun. He's got 18,000.
8 to go.
Pause for 1 second.
I didn't mean to
hold up the game.
Throw a wrinkle into the situation there.
I don't think it was you.
Well, I heard Len yell at Paul for chip counts.
16.
Maybe next hand.
Mandalay makes a min raise. Ace 10 suited. And she's going to get no action. Or maybe she is. Wow.
2 players.
And flops top bottom pair.
Yep, that's going to take care of it. I was going to say, Annette was hoping for lightning in a bottle there and didn't really work out to her favor.
I'll call a lot of hands with the min raise out of the big blind, but two's not one of them usually.
Yeah, with no antes, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. They're just, I know you're getting a pretty good price, but in all reality, it's not even all that great. Well, thank everybody, all the new followers tonight. We do appreciate it. We do this for you guys. So if you're not following, you don't care, then this isn't going to mean a whole lot. So we appreciate it a ton.
Chris under the gun with ace 9 lets it go. Brad on the button with king 10. I expect a raise here.
Do you recall what our blinds are at right now?
4 and 8.
4 and 8. I guess I could have decided that from
the 800 to call.
The pot size. Thank you, PJ. You're the best. Or Tony, whichever one of you guys did that. Well done. Raise and take it for Bradley.
So what are we down to now? What, 6?
6 seems right. I think we've lost 4. 3 did not want an interview. 1 was an excellent one.
Yeah, I know. Mike said he might be back.
Oh yeah.
He was, not happy. Which.
Understandable.
Absolutely.
Brad with another raise in hand. So Chris and Brad played together last week in the 2-5 game. So if Chris went back and watched that, which I assume he has, he does have a good idea of probably how Brad plays. At least, how many hands do you think we played last week?
That's probably what, 25 an hour maybe? Maybe.
It's about 100-ish hands, I guess. So I guess he has 100 hands. It's so funny to think about, like, we played for 4 hours, and they have maybe 100 hands on each other. Think about playing online, you have, like, so many more. 10 times that at least. That's if you're one-tabling. They are playing for a $1,500 seat in our local casino, which is the Horseshoe Cleveland. We have a quarterly event coming up in May. So the buy-in is $1,500. So each person tonight bought in for $250. First place getting that seat at $1,500. Second place getting $600, and third getting $400. And bragging rights.
I'd like to give a shout out to one of our crew members, Paul Moskowitz. A few of us went up Sunday and played in the satellite, and Paul won a seat to the $1,500 buy-in. They paid top 10% of the field won seats, and Paul made it.
By the skin of his teeth.
And went into the final table, the final 10, and I think 8 got paid. And he went into short stack and made it through.
So Chris has kind of a tough spot. So he has Mandalay on his immediate left, so he knows he can steal her blinds whenever he wants. But he has Trevor in his big blind, and that's not quite as easy. You know, Trevor's well aware that Chris is going to be opening super, super wide on the button. So this is kind of the same situation as last time when Trevor had ace-king.
Yeah, he doesn't see
Chris
bet
elected
this
to
time.
c-bet last time, but this time he passes on it.
Now he's going to bet. Is it about half pot? I think it was half pot exactly. Trevor makes a call.
Trevor does have the check mark. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win the hand, though. Let's see how this plays out on the river. Well, if Chris is at all repping hearts, they just got there. So I don't usually diagnose hands like that as blocker bets, but that almost exactly was a blocker bet because Chris has no fold equity after that, I don't believe. So like by Trevor leading out there really put Chris in a spot of, you know, I don't know. I think I lost my train of thought on that one.
I actually understood. He's throwing the bet out there that basically most of the time you're throwing a bet out there that you're willing to call if the other player made or close to it. And a lot of times you'll get him to fold, especially when that scare card comes out there.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm believing what I'm saying, but the size of Trevor's bet definitely indicated that he probably wasn't going anywhere. But at the same time, it kind of locks down Chris into not getting too out of line.
A little bigger raise than we've been having there.
Small pair, big raise. Put that in your notebooks, everybody. People love to do that. Shout out to all of our new followers tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, out there for keeping the chat nice and fun and juicy.
Let's see, Matt under the gun here. Let's see what he's got. Kind of slowing down a little bit here. We need to get some hands. Get some big hands together.
Uh-oh, I see a bink bell. I know where that bink bell came from.
Trevor raises a button. Brad picks up ace-6 suited. Looks like a raise.
I think Brad has found himself in this spot quite a few times tonight.
This looks like a really big raise. Oh, wait a minute. He pulled something off there.
Like he's in the small blind. Someone raises, you know, late position, and he always had like. I mean, he had a couple good hands, but this is like, you know, obviously a very middling hand, and he keeps finding himself in 3-bet spots. Where did that cupcake come from?
There's a cupcake?
I see a cupcake.
Oh.
That is nutso. But while you have a second, I'm sure you saw the graphic on the screen, pokerfitness.tv. I recommend all of you guys going there, checking out some of our yoga moves for poker players to help elongate your body, for one, and your poker sessions. So you ever find yourself at the table, you know, 6 hours in or so, and you're just like, I just can't take this anymore. My back is killing me. My neck's killing me. Try some of these yoga poses. Work on them. Work on your strength and your core. I swear to you, you will have much longer sessions, and longer sessions equals more money, and who doesn't want more money?
Trevor picks up jacks here and raises it up.
Brad just 3-bet him, so I doubt he'll do it again. But Brad's kind of squirrely. Like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that about him at first, but the more I get to know him, he's a real goofball. So he doesn't care that he just did it last hand. He'll keep at it.
And looks like he's going to take it down. Yep. I tell you what, this is right here is where we need the antes.
Yeah, it would help. I mean, we've seen a lot of like good hands versus garbage hands, but we did see a 3-bet 2 hands ago. But antes would be fun.
Yeah.
You know, because we got 6-handed. You know, right now if we had $50 or $75 ante, kick that into the pot with every person. You know, stealing makes a lot more sense at that point.
And it looks like we're going to sweeten the pot here. A little Captain America Pez dispenser going out to the winner of this pot.
This is getting me hyped for the Avengers movie.
That's another reason I took next week off, too.
Oh, you big dork. Can I get with you?
Sure. And yes,
hey,
I am a dork.
Hey, chat room. Let's all go see the Avengers together. Let's go fill out a theater. Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, it looked like Brett gonna step out here.
Dude, these cupcakes in the chat are blowing my mind right now. You guys are sweetening the chat. Get it? Sweetening the Oh, man. Sometimes it's like too funny for my own good. Matt's getting after Brad here.
He's done this several times out of the blind too. And with a late position raise, and he's re-raised out of the blinds.
So this is a situation that, you know, if you're 3-betting 5-5 out of the small blind, I feel like your hand kind of becomes irrelevant. So in my head, it's like, obviously you're only gonna flop a third 5. Ooh,
he wants the Pez dispenser.
I thought he was like giving a little attitude about the about giving him his chips, but either way, that's awesome. So if you're re-raising 5-5 out of the small blind, obviously making a set is just so infrequent. So with that logic, you should be raising anything. So if you think Brad's full of it, 3-bet the guy, you know, in position, out of position. So either way, but it looks like Matt's gonna get after it right away.
Yeah, he's wasting no time. I don't even think he's gonna bother putting the candy in there.
Working on it, Pez over here.
Good.
Netting the cutoff with ace-8. Well, lets it go. Matt picks up 6s on the button.
Well, it looks like cupcake from here. Sorry, chat room, for being a dum-dum.
They being mean to you?
No, they were just setting me straight.
You're right.
Matt's gonna scoop another one. If we can get the chip counts up in between hands, that would be super duper. Chip count? Please?
Anybody like one?
Magic words, please.
I wish there was some way we could do it back here.
Cupcake in a bear trap sounds like a bad ending to somebody. Especially if they go in face first.
Card protector.
Matt is tearing into them Pez already.
There they are. Looks like I'm the chip leader. Matt's in second, and that's all the further I got.
Yeah, we're going to have to work on leaving that up a little longer. Hard to read that quick.
I'm not the chip leader, guys. Spoiler. It's Trevor on the table.
No, you usually are, so I could see the
Tell you what, not
confusion
lately. Speaking of Singo, someone needs to get sitting to go together. Come play.
17.
I need to get a pair of them shades.
Ooh. Brad raised it up, and Chris moved all in.
So Brad is getting 3-bet, like, I'll just say it, like a mofo, and he can't be loving it. But at the same time, Chris has just not been being goofy at all.
Yeah, that's just too big a percentage of his stack to call there, I think. No, if he does, he's only a 60-40 dog.
6.7 to win 11.3. One last look.
Let's see if your theory's right. He took the card protector off.
Well, yeah, it's a little different in all-in situations, but I don't think him and his cards are friends anymore. What do you think, chat? Will he or won't he?
I just think you can find a better spot than this.
I think it's just the
To
timing
get-
at all. I mean, this
yeah.
is like the third time in the last like 2 orbits that someone's 3-bet him. I love our regs in chat. You guys are awesome. I get a won't. I get a won't. I get one will. I got a hell nah.
And the won'ts are right.
Queen 10.
Queen 10.
Don't call me Troy. My name's not Troy. You stupid trolls.
Oh, that's awesome.
Craig, you son of a gun. There's a shot of our chip counts. So we have two guys tied at the top. Annette in third, Brad in fourth, Chris in fifth, and Mandalay in the rear.
And it looks like we will keep playing. We're going to skip the break there.
We got one more hand here at 4-8. Next hand will be 500 and 1,000. Guys, don't call me Troy. Really hurts my feelings.
22.
I probably like to hang out with Bart Hanson. He calls me Troy all night. Am I a nerd or am I a nerd?
Oh, here we go. What's Mandalay do here?
She grabs her chips with both hands.
And throws them in the middle?
Yeah, throws them right at Jerry.
Yeah, I think that's just the opposite of what's going to happen.
B-Million, you caught that, huh?
Oh, you're getting some love there, Troy.
Oh, so I might as well just change my name. I'm going to go to... Where do you go? Where do you go to change your name?
I think you have to go to the courthouse.
At this point, it might be worth it.
I think that's going to be your new nickname.
I got called Vincent one weekend at a casino.
Vincent?
Yeah. He's like, what's your name? I'm like, Trevor. He goes, Vincent? I'm like, Trevor. He goes, Vincent? I'm like, yes. And it was Vincent the rest of the weekend. I could be a Vinny, right? Did I get Vinny, guys?
Vinny Barbarino.
Hey. What am I doing behind this microphone? Hey.
2,000.
Does this look like a face of a Troy to you?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Troy. FTW.
Trevor raised a button with 10-8. Annette called with King 9 out of the big blind.
Thank you, chat.
Looks like Annette check folds.
Are you keeping up with the action? Because I
got it.
Yeah, you good? Because I'm just talking. I'm just hanging out with everybody.
Good. Yeah, Trevor's really chipped up quite a bit from that start he made. He's up, I believe he's chip leader now, 21,000. You can see why he's made 2 Heartland Poker Tour final tables, that's for sure. Brad lets a button go this time.
Ooh, there it is. There's Troy's favorite hand right there.
Annette raises it up. And Matt's got an ace. Yeah, she's getting about twice what you do. Or no, half. I thought it was the other way around. Annette really went downhill. I didn't even notice that. Must have been just a slow drain, huh? And he lets the ace go.
Annette gave mad respect tonight. I have a bold prediction. Someone's gonna bust out this hand.
This hand?
Yep.
Wow. That is a bold prediction.
Why not? These are the kind of things Troy does.
I'd have went with this level.
What's up, Nick? We got your butt back on the show.
Oh, Nixon? Annette picking up aces now on the button.
And she's gonna bust somebody.
37.
Wow. That's a big race.
Oh, my prediction fell short. Troy says, ask any question you like. You guys are killing me.
Crafton still in the chat?
Yeah. Comfortably in his own home.
He probably started the Troy chatter, didn't he?
Well, technically Bart Hansen did.
Oh.
But
well, you know what I mean.
Suited Dan did not relinquish.
Matt on the button with Jack Queen.
I think let's call him Iceman from now on.
Or Goose.
Well, if he loses, he's Goose. If he wins, Iceman and or Maverick.
He's chipping up pretty good here too.
Bart Hansen was great last week. He blew my mind. His ability to analyze on the fly like that. Like, I know you guys kind of tease those trolls a little bit. Like, oh, you guys sound like dum-dums. Get in a booth. Get in a booth, get on a microphone, and call live action. It is a lot more difficult than you think. It was really easy for me to sit there and go, yeah, Bart. That sounds great, Bart. Perfect, Bart. Because it's not too often I'm like, Bart, you're a dumbass. Shut up.
Brad shipping it under the gun with ace-8.
Brad rocking the chip dance and then the ship in the middle.
And he takes it down.
6-5. That one. The other one's gonna go 6-5 super not bad shot.
I wish I could have this chat just like printed out, like just like a short novel, and I could just reread it later on. You guys are insane.
I wish I could see it, but then I get too distracted.
The Poker Clueless, welcome back. Haven't seen that name in a couple weeks. Can we get a shot of the blinds real quick? Can we throw it up on the screen? Is that possible? I think they're still 500, 1,000.
500, 1,000. Yes, they are.
When in doubt, look at the pot and do some math.
Chris all in.
Ooh, that look away, like, gah.
He wants to play.
Gah, so close.
He's getting tired.
Tired of folding.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes you just get sick and tired of having to fold, and you just say the hell with it.
Trevor made 2 final tables of the HPT.
There's a shot of Trevor right there in a hoodie and the sunglasses.
I wonder if we get to meet Maria Ho. She actually walked past me when I was at the WSOP a couple years ago, and she looks better in person. I'll let you guys know that. Not that she looks bad on TV, but she looks even better in person, is what I was trying to say. She's a very, very nice looking lady. I think Brad's technique is to let the blinds go up to like 10,000, 20,000, and it's just a free-for-all. Clock.
I was just going to say, I don't like to call clock on anybody, but when you're running these short blind levels like this.
What's our ruling? Are we allowed to call clock from back here?
He makes the call. See, all we had to do was call clock.
A battle of epic proportions.
Oh, and Chris flops the queen.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, didn't come.
2 pair for Chris.
2 pair. Chris got 2 pair. And I think the chip lead now.
With your stack.
No, I think Trevor might still. Trevor had over 21.
That makes sense. We are pretty good at poker.
I got 9 big blinds.
All right. Well, Chris is back in the top of the leaderboards here, so he's probably like second in chips. Brad is, as they say, on Z Life support.
Tournament play gets pretty ugly when you get further.
Chip in a chair.
I like Chris. I mean, I like Brad too, but I play with Brad a little more often, so I'll give Chris a shout out right now. I think Chris is a super solid player, and he's gonna be pretty dangerous this point going forward.
Yeah, him and Trevor and Mike, all 3 have a real shot here. And Ned, if she can double up. Trevor is down to under 20,000 now.
Told you was cheaper.
He just went through the blinds. That's right.
Raise it up.
Raise it up. So Trevor folded. Brad shipped the sherbet in the middle, and I'm guessing Net's called already, right? Yeah, there you go. They're upside down. Brad's gonna need a king or a 7.
Or a 6. And Brad's out.
Rimdog, I didn't know, so you were in the chat. Thanks for hanging out while you're in here. Have a good night, man.
All right, we'll bring Brad back here, I think.
Assuming he's not gonna come punch me in the mouth or anything like that.
Yeah, he usually doesn't steam too bad.
I need Rick back here to save me. I need a bodyguard. Is Rick in the chat by any chance? That'd be cool if he was in here.
Yes, it would.
If he's in here chatting with all of his buddies.
You know, it'd be even better if his name was Murder Rick.
Murder Rick? How's that not like a rap guy's name? Like, shouldn't that be like someone's name out there?
All right, here comes Brad. I'm going to step out and let Brad talk to Troy for a little while.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You're making me curse. I didn't know how to fix that.
Help me!
Yeah, I'm losing all ability to function like a human being. All this Troy talk.
Troy, who's Troy?
Apparently, he's not here. Don't worry about Troy.
Okay. All right.
What's up, Brad?
I'm good, Trevor. How are you?
I'm just gonna say it better than you, I guess.
Yeah. I felt better. First of all, I mean, it's cool to be in the presence of a budding online celebrity such as yourself.
Is that what we're calling? Is that what you're calling me out there?
That's what I'm calling you. I don't know what the chat's doing. Yeah.
Anywho,
you need a haircut.
I digress.
For sure.
It's got a fresh dew. I'm faded up. Straight. So anywho, welcome back to my domain.
Yes.
I'd
rather be out there.
Of course. You made a great call. You had to think about it for quite a while, but you made a great call to King 10 up against Queen 9.
Yeah.
Practically a flip, lost a flip.
Yeah.
You got to be happy though. You made the right call. I mean, you did do. Well, actually, I'll let you answer. So, what was your deduction process? Chris shoving the button. You're in a big blind with King 10 suited. What was going through your head?
Couple things. First off,
don't tell me all the things going through your head. This is still
there were really
a
just
show.
two. There's not a lot going through my head. Trust me. He did that prior. I think he was on the button and he shoved on my big blind and I folded and I tanked for a little bit. I think I made the right fold, but I was thinking maybe he was taking advantage of that possibly by doing it a second time. So I felt like he was a little bit weak. And then the chip stack, I mean, definitely played a role. So if I fold, I'm still at like 8 big blinds, I think. So I figured if I do have the best hand, I want to get in. If I fold, I'm still short. I think there was one person at the table probably shorter than me, so I thought it was a good chance to double up.
Right.
It just didn't pan out.
So,
what can I say?
So you were getting 3-bet quite a lot there at the end. You're raising a lot of buttons, and the blinds and or other people were were 3-betting you. Did that play into some of your logic when you called with the King 10? Just because you kind of seemed like people were kind of taking jabs at you, even though you weren't really getting out of line. So like I don't really understand where they were really coming from. But they, you were getting 3-bet a lot. Was that come into your mind to like why possibly Chris shoves?
I mean sometimes you're just like enough's enough type thing.
Sure.
It'll be interesting. That's why I like this format and it being online. I mean, I can look back and see like if I was making the right decisions or not. I felt like I was. There may have been one. I think it was the Pez hand where I may have got pushed off because I think he just really likes Pez.
Dude, he tore into that thing instantly. So there was an added incentive.
There was incentive
there,
sure. And I was just like, I need to get out of the way. But I think other than that, I think I played pretty well. But that probably does go in the line of thinking.
Do I look like a giant right now, by the way?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not the tallest guy, but yeah, I mean that played in. Like I said, it happens so much that sometimes you feel like they're just playing my hand, not playing their hand. So it's maybe not a premium hand. So that was I guess the third factor in it. So good call.
So this is what, your third time playing now on this table?
Yeah, the third time. I mean, you mentioned before how I play in the Akron Poker League, and that's how I sort of got introduced to you guys. So I feel privileged to be part of this group and to be invited to a couple of these events. I'm not a regular like White Ivy or anything like that, and I don't pretend to be nearly as good as a lot of these guys that sit down at this table. So it's been a really good learning process for me, and a lot of fun. And hopefully I'm able to come back at some point.
Yeah. So I mean, just to kind of talk about that learning process, what has come in your learning process? Like what steps have you taken to improve your game outside of rewatching our shows or anything like that?
Really, at this point, this has really been the only opportunity for me to do that. I'm not a regular player.
I mean, I don't want to call you an average Joe, but you have the 9 to 5 that you work and you do your thing and you play poker on the side.
Yep.
Whereas some of these guys, this is kind of their living.
It's funny. I mean, the stories that I hear from last week, there were a ton of great players at that table, and even today, talking about going to the shoe. And as a matter of fact, last week I think a bunch of people, at about midnight, they were like, "Oh, let's go shoe."
Yeah.
I would love to be able to do that. It's just not in the cards
on a Tuesday
for me.
night.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't get that practice. So a lot of it, I'm learning sort of on the fly. And to your point,
Chris just got there to knock out Mandalay.
Oh no.
He was probably sitting in a big blind to call.
Well, he's running well. He's running really well.
You would know, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But to get back to that, I mean, I try to study, what's online, and really that's it. I gain a lot of experience just by sitting down and playing with good players.
Yeah.
I think that's practical experience is the way I think anyone would, improve their game.
Yeah, and I'm guessing you watched last week's episode back, right?
Yeah, I did.
The 2-5 game.
Yeah.
I'm sure having Bart Hansen in your ear for 4 hours straight. I'm sure a real treat. Like, there's like a handful of people that have had that opportunity to have Bart Hansen personally coach him, and we had a table full of 9 people getting coached for 4 hours straight. So I mean, obviously, thank you so much to Bart Hansen again. We can't say it enough. But it has to be super cool to be one of the guys that's actually out there.
It is, and when you see the hands, played back, and you hear what he says, it really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And you don't really think of it that way, but he puts it in a perspective where you're like, yeah, why didn't I think of that? So
yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Hopefully you can take that to the table and kind of have that thought process. But I mean, he's really, really good, obviously, at what he does.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So we did have an under the gun raise by Trevor and a 3-bet out of small blind by Matt, which is the second time he's 3-bet with a small pair. So
has he been doing that a lot? Because I get the sense that was sort of maybe the type of hand that he was doing that with me on, but who knows?
He flops 3 6s. He actually, the one time he did 3-bet, he actually did have pocket 5s.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not sure if this is like a tendency he has where he likes to 3-bet, or if like if it's just coincidental that he's had pairs in both spots here that He's 3-betting people. And then he let, I guess he took the lead in hand. But okay, well, I guess we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. I think I heard the horn and people are getting up. So, Brad, I'd like to thank you again for hanging out with us. It was awesome.
Right. Yeah.
But we have part 2 of our Dani Stern interview. So stay glued to your seats, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Yeah. Oh, perfect.
You like that?
Stellar.
Smooth.
Watch out, GQ. Here he comes. All right, guys. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back from break, and we're going to continue our interview here with Dani Stern. We want to get into more of his current life, and we did a little bit of the history here. So now what we want to talk about is some of his current likes, some of his rituals that he does pre-game, some his lifestyle changes that he's made in order to fit poker into it. So I guess one of the questions that I want to start out with, you've played a lot of live poker, you've played a lot of online poker. What do you prefer? And I guess let's start with that conversation.
I prefer playing online. If I could, something like May, like the month of May is Scoop on Stars, where there's tons of action online. There's tons of high stakes tournaments, and I'm usually in a lot of cash game action. Like a month like that is like my perfect month of poker for me. I love that routine that I have. The only thing that lately has been a little bit of a drag online that makes me prefer live sometimes is that there just hasn't been that much action lately at high stakes. So when there's no action, obviously it's a bummer, and there's kind of always action somewhere live. But as like a playing experience, I prefer playing online. It allows for a better lifestyle. I think you can set your own hours in a much better way. You're just more flexible. And I think I have a higher hourly rate doing it, so I prefer it in that end also. Mm-hmm. But I still like playing live poker. I certainly don't dislike it. I enjoy the change and the change of pace. And sometimes I go play in a live tournament, even if I don't think it's necessarily the best like hourly decision for me. I might be better off staying at home and playing online, but I like the change of pace and to try something different, and it keeps me fresh and prevents burnout, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Are there any any pre-game rituals or preparation techniques that you go through? And I guess let's consider a live game. So as you're preparing for an event, let's say at the World Series of Poker, you're going to get into an event. Any kind of rituals that you go through, or
any eating habits or working out more, anything like that?
I'm not too into like the psyching yourself up and doing that whole thing. Like I'm not very zen or anything like that. I just sort of try to get enough sleep, make sure I've had a decent meal, and then go play. I don't really, I try to just anything that can help you stay focused. But other than that, I'm not,
So
I don't.
The whole checklist you could go through, like, well, I got the workout in, I got the meal in, I center my chi. It's more just go for it.
No, if I get those things, it's good. If I get a workout in, if I get a good meal in, I'm happier for it. But there's been plenty of times at a live poker tournament where I've rolled out of bed at like 11:58 and just like ran over the room. That's just that happens,
So let's take a comparison of PLO and No Limit Hold'em. I know that, or from what I've read, that you prefer Pot Limit Omaha. Well, why is that your game of choice?
I guess partially I moved over to it because I thought the games were much better than the No Limit games. I thought I could have a better win rate if I worked at it. So it started as that, and now I just enjoy it more, and I prefer playing it. I'm certainly much more comfortable in PLO than I'm in No Limit these days. There's more spots that I'm a little bit confused by in No Limit, I think, than I am in PLO. I'm not going to say I think it's a better game or anything like that. I think No Limit's a great game. But PLO right now is a little bit more in its infancy than No Limit. No Limit is so much more advanced at the high stakes online, and it's a much tougher task to stay at the top in No Limit right now than I think in PLO. And I don't know, there's a lot of aspects of PLO that I like. I've put a lot of work into it, and it's sort of rewarding to now to play it. It feels good to be able to exercise that, put the work into effect, basically.
Have you been playing PLO as long as you've been playing Hold'em, or when did the PLO kind of start in your repertoire?
I started playing maybe like a year before Black Friday, so probably like 2010. I started playing, but I was still probably playing more No Limit than PLO. I was doing a little bit of both. And then right after Black Friday, I picked it up a little bit more. I was still more No Limit player, and I'd say probably around maybe 2.5, 3 years ago is when I completely switched to PLO, more or less. So I've definitely played more No Limit in my life than PLO, sure.
I was trying to think back if they had any hands on 2 months 2 million of you playing any PLO pods, but I think they mainly showed you playing mostly Hold'em for the majority of it all.
I was mostly playing Hold'em in 2009. I played I started dabbling in PLO, but really didn't know what the hell I was doing. But I mostly just started dabbling just because all my friends were starting to get into it, like Emil and Brian.
I was gonna say, was Jay and Emil, were they playing a lot of PLO back then, or were they kind of getting you into it, or?
At that point, Emil was almost already completely into PLO. He didn't play many. He didn't play much No Limit anymore after that. Around then, and then Brian had always played both from the beginning. And Jay never really got too into PLO before his retirement, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Before he moved on.
Full on to the movie business.
Yeah, he went from Hold'em to films. I went from Hold'em to
from Hold'em to holding a camera, apparently.
I see the connection.
Yeah, you got that?
Hey,
so you
go
got
ahead.
it?
No.
No, well, speaking of Black Friday though, were you actually living in America when that happened, or were you living outside of America at that point?
I was living in New York when Black Friday happened, so it was a pretty big shock, slap in the face.
Yeah. So what was that process like? At what point were you like, I just pick up and I get out of the United States? How was that process for you?
The initial shock was kind of crazy. I think people were just panicked and had no idea what was going to happen. Mm-hmm. It took a little bit of time before everybody was like, okay, hold on, we can just move. We can just go.
There's that option.
But at first nobody was even thinking. Everybody was just like, oh my God, this is the end. It's all over. So obviously we went through that for a while. And then I think it was probably by it was April 15th, right? And then the World Series started a little more than a month later. And I went out to Vegas for that. And I think right around, I don't know, maybe early into the World Series that year was when I had at that point already finalized my decision to move to Toronto from New York. So I was already starting to put together a plan to relocate, and I moved by I was in Toronto by the end of August.
So not too long afterwards. I mean, obviously the World Series took up a chunk of time, but basically as soon as it was over, you're out and you're ready to work on your craft in another country there.
So was it more of a reaction of, hey, all my money's locked on the internet, or more, hey, I can't make a living anymore?
I think it was more the second one. It was more the taking away the ability to play, and that was more of the shock. Because money, you can lose money, and I've lost tons of money before. I've never been locked out of my account though. I'm prevented from playing online. I think that was more of the shock, and it was more of not just on a personal level, but as a member of the poker community. It was just such a attack on the industry, such a big hit that it felt a little bit scary, how fragile our jobs are basically.
Exactly.
I read an old interview that there was that Black Friday that you and a few other poker players met at a CD bar or a back alley bar and just drank the night away.
Yeah. I guess it was pretty early into my Twitter days, but obviously we knew we had to go to we couldn't go somewhere nice on a night like that. You have to go to you had to go to a real dive bar.
It has to match your mood for sure.
Yeah. So we went to some dive bar and I tweeted hey, any poker players in New York want to commiserate, and just come be miserable with us. Here we are. And a bunch of people came, I think 10 to 15 poker players just randomly showed up. Guys didn't even know. Because imagine a lot of them were doing the same thing. They were just, sitting around by themselves drinking and just wondering what to do. And it was kind of a crazy atmosphere. It was like almost a humor to it, like a dark, a sad, dark, but funny feeling to it. Where I think people in crisis a lot of time turn to humor to alleviate their pain.
Exactly.
It was kind of what we were doing, I guess.
All right, we want to thank Dani for being here with us. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap up our interview and talk about what's on the horizon for Dani Stern. So we'll be right back, folks.
$250 buy-in sit-and-go tournament. We're down to our final four. First place is a $1,500 seat to the local Horseshoe Casino quarterly $1,500 buy-in tournament. Second place is $600. Third place is $400. And our next player out goes home with nothing.
Zip, zilch, nada. So this is going to be interesting watching these guys and lady figure out how to attack. Are there going to be people scared of the bubble? People attacking the bubble? Can't wait to find out. But with that being said, let's check out the action and get this thing moving right along. The poker clueless, you were just too kind.
Yeah.
Annette with 12.3.
Great.
She folds, Matt raises.
Matt with 26, and Trevor moves all in with 16.
Now we are playing the game, everybody.
Sorry.
Team peeking in the tournament.
I think this is going to get fun.
Yeah, we have 4 really good players left that all have a equal chance here. We'll see if the men try to bully Annette a little bit, trying to play up on normal dynamics, I guess you could say, taking advantage of the tight woman player. So we'll see if they go after her. But I think they might go after each other more, and Annette may just be able to sneak her way in. So we will see.
Yeah, I got a feeling it might backfire on him a little bit.
I got a feeling.
I think if Nick gets a playable hand here, she'll ship it. At least I hope she does. Put the pressure back on them. She's still got enough where it could hurt him.
Oh, sure. Hit him where it hurts.
Just like Trevor did there.
I hit you guys where it hurts, right in your old eardrums.
Good.
Looks like Chris is going to raise it up here.
Chris knows the value of the old King 10 ball.
24, 25.
Hand values definitely go up shorthanded. And Annette moves in.
1 pipper.
Like I said.
So we saw Brett earlier tank it out and then call with King 10. I don't think the same thing's gonna happen here.
Like I hoped, Annette, if she got a playable hand, it was gonna ship it.
I like the Trevor now. He took the jacket off. The eye of the tiger. Got the Henley shirt unbuttoned a little bit. Little chest hair poking out the top. I have a similar look on my down days.
24.
Trevor raises the King 7.
So Matt just got shipped on by Trevor. I thought maybe that was going to add a little fun dynamic and Matt's going to ship it back, but these pots are crucial. Tell him, Clueless. Can you write Twitch a letter like your congressman? Say, hey, we need to get partnered. So if our fans started bugging the crap out of Twitch, would that work for us, or do we have to do it ourselves? Bug them.
And that under the gun, 8-9 folds. Matt on the button.
Buddha, we're all people. You should know that with your screen name. Everyone is attractive in their own way.
24.
Especially when they have same chest hair strategy. Wake me up when we see a flop.
Well, I know one person at this table does not care about bubbling.
That would be the other Trevor.
Yeah.
I don't really think anyone really cares. I think it's just some people are more aware of what people's folding ranges are. So if you know you can get away with shoving the King 7 or the Queen 4, whatever your hand is, and you know that person's going to fold at such a high percentage of the time, your hand's irrelevant. And a bubble's irrelevant because you know that you're going to be able to get one off from somebody.
Matt raises Ace King there and takes it down.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe I say stuff like that.
I wish I could read chat that's going to be coming up here real soon. All right, we need to get two hands together here. Starting to come in already?
A little bit. This hand is brought to you by High Voltage Indoor Karting in beautiful Medina, Ohio. They have a beautiful indoor track with imported go-karts from Italy. They are lean, mean, and they cook around the corners. So if you live in the area, go check them out, High Voltage in Medina, Ohio. I'm sure you can Google them, find their website and all that good stuff. But check them out. They are new business, and they're looking for you to come have a good time.
Website is highvoltagekarting.com.
Okay.
Matt checked and Chris bet.
8's probably coming. I do kind of like the Matt, like, when he double checks his cards, like, flicks them pretty hard for the dramatic effect. Kind of into it.
$10 minutes left in this blind level. It's 6 and 1200.
Yeah, next person out gets the guillotine, so that might be why they're playing a little bit more snug. What's up, everybody? All of our new followers. We do appreciate it.
I'm gonna say Trevor's been raising most of the time in this spot.
How long have we been doing this now? 3.5 hours, and I'm still not used to you talking about somebody else with that
And
name.
Annette ships it with queens.
How much does she have? 13K, and you made it 2.4. In position, I don't think I'm shipping that time. Like, obviously, I know Chris's hand, or
Right.
Trevor's hand, but your hand is super strong, and you're in position. You know, Trevor might blast out pretty hard on dry flops.
I've noticed also, anytime Annette's called, people have played it kind of cautious against her too.
Yeah, but I guess you're playing cautious against her. At the same time, if you know she's tight and she's gonna fold at a high percentage,
Yeah.
they might be more inclined to barrel harder. As you can see in the top right hand of our screen, Crush Live Poker. Crush Live Poker is a training site created by Bart Hansen, our new best of buddies. If you want to get better at live poker, go there, because Bart Hansen is a freaking sicko. He breaks down live hands, so hopefully soon he'll be using some of our hands, but he uses past hands from Live with the Bike and other venues that he's acquired some footage. But if you've never listened to Bart break down a hand, just YouTube him. Look at some of his past hands. He will take one hand and break it down for 10 minutes, and you'll be blown away by his overall poker ability. I mean, he's pretty phenomenal.
25.
Chris has the goods this time. He's got the goods.
Ooh. She just calls. Good. Yeah, afraid she might raise there.
Yahtzee.
Uh-oh.
Where's the bank bells? Where's the bank bells in the chat?
38. 38.
We don't have bank bells, we have this. That's what happens when you outflop somebody.
Chris really thinking here.
I guess it's all in or fold. Obviously. How about that for some for some poker analysis? That's what happens, guys.
And I think everybody's getting pretty close in stacks.
Yeah,
here.
we'll see if we can can we pull that up real quick? Do we have a chance? Pull up the chip stacks. 1, 2, 3, splash.
He just yelled it, but I've been doing it every, if there's some significant.
Okay, maybe next hand.
Yeah,
There they
I
are.
thought so.
Pretty even.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle to the finish. Wow, someone has an ace king every freaking hand.
Yeah, it's just about it seems like.
28.
Chris with it 2 hands in a row.
Well, it gets a little bit back after losing a little bit last hand.
Can't seem to match up 2 hands here.
Oh, brother.
Edge of your seat excitement.
Toby, tone it down. No one asked for your opinion. This hands are brought to you by Akron Publishing. They also sponsored our button for the evening. If you need to get a hold of him, do we have a website for Akron Publishing? I bet you can look it up. Either way, if you need anything in the publishing way, check out Akron Publishing. Our buddy Paul Moskowitz is the owner of that company, and he will treat you right.
See a little 3-bet there. Just trading chips back and forth right now.
It's like Inception. I see the chat, I laugh at the chat, you call me out for laughing at that chat, and I laugh again. Who's the father and who's the son? That's the question.
Great bell.
Wow. I mean, correctly goes all in. Chris keeps getting shipped on and like having like a pretty unlucky spot, but he hasn't like slowed down. Like he's still like being pretty active in the blinds and all that good stuff. Moving right along.
Matt folds.
There they go. We didn't see him, but then they're gone.
I think Trevor will raise here. No.
Nope.
Limps.
I think I'm actually okay with that.
I am too. I don't mind that.
We have no one's really been employing that at all. And Annette has gotten a little squirrely as of late.
Net flops open-ended. Trevor flops bottom pair.
18.
And a couple backdoor draws.
And that kind of hammered that pretty hard. Buddha, that's an excellent idea. Hopefully I can go to like a Cavs game or something and sit behind the basket and wave my big head in front of the opponent's basket.
Trevor
behind the
raises.
Ooh. This could be a very interesting turn card. That's the one. That's the one we're talking about right there. But, drum roll please, Trevor now has a flush draw.
Yeah, I think she might ship it on him, yeah.
Well, we have a new chip leader.
Yes,
the tables have turned.
Indeed, they have.
Nice comeback by Annette, though.
Nice turn card. Had that turn card not come, she'd be in the basement.
Even just to get there, though, she made a nice comeback.
Sure.
She was getting pretty short.
Yeah, you can't anyone bully you. You gotta stay true to your game.
Chris under the gun here. Trevor lets it. Oh, no, he didn't. Yes, he did. Ah, we got to walk.
Let the dancing commence.
First one of them in a while.
25 seconds to the next one.
Lines are about to go up. Yeah, they're getting to the point where everybody's going to have like 12 big blinds here.
Oh yeah, I mean this is pretty typical of sit and goes though. I mean once you get down to 4-3-2, no one's usually all that deep. In the sevens, you're gonna get it done. Ready for the horn? Here comes the horn. Told you.
Looks like they got another blind, or one more hand at that blind level.
Ooh, smart guys got it out ahead of time. I think Chris was tired of Trevor shipping on him, so I'm gonna let this one go. I like to see Annette kind of ratchet up the aggression a little bit, kind of turn tables on everybody. You know, she's just kind of like sitting, calling. We'll see if she can start being the aggressor here.
Matt with threes.
Raise. 33.
Raises it up to 33. Chris with ace-7 ships it. Trevor folds.
This could get it done. $11.3 to call 23. It's a pretty good price. It's not really about what you'll have left at this point.
Somebody's going to have to take a chance here sooner or later. Is this a spot he wants to do it?
I just realized the Matt's shirt's on inside out and backwards. When did that happen? He was like all go Buckeyes for the longest time. I just realized it no longer says that.
I didn't notice. Must be his rally shirt.
Apparently. He got his hat, so he's rocking the rally shirt.
Chris chipping up a little bit there.
Either puts him in second or third at this point. We'll find out here in a second. Chris is going to chuck it in the middle.
Trevor moves in.
And it didn't take long, and everyone folds.
Yeah, this goes quick here. Till you get two hands together.
It's not that was a big sneeze.
Or somebody making a move into a big hand.
That could also do it.
That's usually my play.
See if Matty gets a little squirrely here. Jack of Hearts is so stinking ugly. Yeah.
It wasn't big, but four-handed. Big four-handed.
Do you have a prediction? Next bust out?
It's just so hard to tell. It's the way the stacks are. It could be anybody.
Yeah.
One bad beat, one ill-timed,
right
move.
Here's a good hand.
32.
32.
But no love. No love for the king.
Matt with the king-queen.
Raise 32.
This is the same spot where he shipped it last time.
Yeah, almost exactly. Ooh.
Lets this one go. Oh, there we go. Trevor all in.
Yeah,
all in a call.
Tired of all the goofiness happening.
Yep. And we've got a race.
Oh, wow. That's a big there.
If we can get an overhead shot.
I'm guessing some fives at. Oh.
You got it. You got
I'll have to count. We go back and forth on the lines. I don't think
So Matt will have like 1.3 left.
I faded the world. Thought for sure there was a spade coming on the turn.
One of the
jack isn't.
Jack's not red, yeah.
I might have some.
There we go, Mark.
Wow.
12, 14.
People are discussing Dani Negreanu streaming on Sunday, and he was on his laptop, and he just took the laptop with him into the bathroom.
Yeah.
And just took a whiz. No big deal. Just relieved himself. But it stirred up quite the conversation on Twitter and all over Twitch there. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Mike McDonald, aka Timex, was like, me and 4,000 of my closest friends just watched Daniel Negreanu take a whiz. That was pretty funny.
Somebody else I saw on Twitter said that Negreanu puts the P in poker now.
Heyo! Sign them up. Put them on SNL. Yeah, that's what I give that joke. Well, we have a new chip leader now. Trevor is now in the driver's seat of this tournament. But things can change in a hurry.
And Matt is on life support.
I think the family is gathered around the hospital bed. They are pulling the plug, and they're just hoping that maybe he can breathe on his own.
And I believe he might be all in the blind. No.
Oh, they pulled up the chip counters just for fun, just to show him that he has less than a blind. And they gave him the old 9 Dewey just for fun.
I was at 16, sorry.
6 on the side.
One player's all in.
We got a player at risk. Wish him luck, chat. He needs it. He needs some deuces in a hurry.
Sure.
Or some hearts.
More hearts.
Now he just needs
Yeah, he's
the board to be a straight.
Or running hearts.
Running hearts or running deuces.
God, that was good.
Nah.
No. Any other way it happens. So we'll see if Matt wants to come back and hang out with us. If not, we'll keep on keeping on.
And the bubble has burst.
Let's see if this gets people going cray now.
I'm not sure it will. Usually it does in a normal sit and go, but with that $1,500.
So Trevor
seat up top,
has Chris and Annette covered combined.
yeah, he has half the chips in play here.
Congratulations, player.
Big blind owner.
They want you to interview him if he comes back here. That's what they're asking for.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not very good at that. So.
Hard pass?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
32.
That's when I let you know what the people are asking.
I appreciate it, but you don't want to hear me ask anybody any questions. I'm dumber than a stump.
I would argue that, but that's okay. Buddha, I don't know how that came out of my mouth. I felt instantly ridiculous after I said it.
After you said what?
I can't repeat it.
Oh.
It's like the first 3 letters of the word crazy,
All in.
pronounced the same way. The bubble has burst and the chips are getting in the middle already.
Yeah, I'm expecting Trevor to use his stack like a sledgehammer now.
Annette has the button here.
With an ace, 3-handed.
36.
right there. Yeah, you know where the room is, right? I'm sorry, Mr. Dad.
36 fold foot.
And she takes it down. We never got to see Trevor's cards.
But and then Annette takes it down. Troy is working overtime tonight. Well, we did. We got our interview in the building, so we're having him come sit down. I'll ask him a few words. If you guys have any questions for Matt, let me know, and I'll do my best to try to read them and ask them. Say Chris makes it 32. I think everyone's gonna fold. What's up, Matt? Sorry to bring you in here after bursting on the bubble, but other than that, did you have a good time out there?
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. I like sit and goes. Blind just got high, so I couldn't really fold.
Well, well, you got put in a pretty tough position like 3-4 hands before that with the pocket threes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically the same situation. You know,
Right,
you're
coin flip.
You're just flipping everywhere, so you're trying to figure out the best position to flip. But we do have a consolation prize for you.
Uh-oh.
Being the bubble boy. More Pez.
Yes.
And you didn't necessarily hulk out on the stream, but we did give you the hulk in case you were super tilted and you needed to display your anger in some sort of fashion. But so obviously 4 sucks, but I thought you played great. Early on, you're just getting smashed with the deck. I mean, I think every big pair, where was it at? Matt had it. But do you have any memorable hands you want to talk about? You can pull up top of your head.
Oh, the ace king when I had to fold that on the river. That was a big one. It wasn't a huge pot, but there was not too many things that beat me out there.
That's when I ran out like really sick.
Yeah,
like
3 hearts and 4 to a straight.
4 to a straight, 3 hearts, like all the king queens, queen jack combinations all ran there. Yeah, it was pretty good. That was against Annette, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't exactly remember she had you, but I don't remember how or when it got there. But obviously you pop top. You feel pretty awesome about it, and then all of a sudden it just takes a nosedive on the river when she shows tons of aggression.
I played the hand bad. But trying to get value out of it. Didn't work out, so
yeah.
I made a good fold on the river though. Saved money, but
right. So I'm guessing you've played with some of these guys. With the people that you weren't familiar with, was it tough to kind of adjust and try to figure them out on the fly?
I mean,
or is it just kind of standard
sit and goes? There's only so much to figure out in a sit and go. I mean, I played with Chuck and Chris and Mike to my left before. So other than them, I kind of just figured it out as I went along.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, general sit and go strategy, obviously doesn't matter until you get to top 3.
Yeah.
But early on, it's kind of you wait. Well, you didn't really have that luxury. I mean, you were getting monster hands over and over again. So I didn't know if that made you want to change your strategy. Because I mean, it kind of looks like you're an aggro monster. You're in every pot, but you had queens, kings, jacks, queens again, quads.
Yeah.
Everything. So did you feel like you were seeming like you wanted to kind of change your image as the game went, seeming that you were in a lot of pots? Did you kind of want to shift down a little bit? And
I mean, I tried to chip up early, and then when we got down to 7 6-handed, I tightened up a little bit to try and just get to the 3 and then go for it. And nobody got knocked out for a while, so the blinds went up, and
we pulled up the chip counts at one point when you guys were 4-handed, and I think there was maybe 500 difference between the 4 of you.
I counted
it was
stack.
really, really close.
I was 20,200, and 20,000 is the average stack, obviously, and I knew we were all right there. So average stack's 9 big blinds. It's almost a crapshoot. It's just whoever wins the coin flips, or if you get a couple coolers in there.
Sure. I mean, there was a ton of raising small blind, getting shipped on, raising button, getting shipped on.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it didn't really slow you guys down though. You guys didn't go, well, they're always gonna raise.
Right.
You guys still were kind of putting pedal to metal and just still kind of grinding out there, trying to get as much fold equity as you possibly could have to steal the blinds.
Yeah. You got to keep raising. You can't just keep folding. You'll just get blinded out if you wait for big hands.
You hear that, Chad? That's a good tip for everybody. Just because you get raised every now and again, you still have to.
Yeah, you still got to do it.
Keep the foot on the gas and just keep after it. Just because, I mean, Obviously, if there's antes, I think it'd be even more obviously profitable to be raising as often as you were.
Right.
But still, like stealing it 1 out of 2 times, you're still practically breaking even.
Yeah. You're if you steal 2 and then you get re-raised on 1, you're pretty much even. So just keep doing it.
Well, it looks like I had the hand backwards in my head. I initially thought that Chris opened with.
That's a big hand.
Opened with the ace two, but actually Trevor called. Trevor raised, Chris called.
I wouldn't be surprised if Trevor called here with queens and jacks on ace high. He might think it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Chris is obviously going to bet.
It looks pretty small.
54.
Yeah, about 1/3 of the pot.
Oh,
that was a magic number, I guess.
He went all in. Oh, I didn't hear him. I thought he was folding.
When did that happen? Oh, so it went bet, ship,
and he
snap?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So they're heads up now.
I think Trevor will have
got
about
him covered, so
10K back or so.
Here.
Maybe a little more. Maybe even 20.
I didn't realize. I forgot.
Yeah, the graphic
I forgot Trevor had all my chips, so.
Right. So you might have like high teens or about 20-ish.
63K in the pot, so. Chris is going to have about 75% of the chips in play here.
So the chat wants to know what happened with the shirt change.
Oh, I definitely did the inside out backwards maneuver.
Is that something you commonly do?
No.
First time?
Yeah, I just did it to see how many people would notice.
They did. The funny part is I did not notice until like 20 minutes ago. I'm like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah, because there's not much. There's no tags. So
yeah, there's no tag.
You wouldn't really pick it up unless you didn't see the Ohio State
Yeah,
logo.
I mean, we had a couple of OHIO chants going on in the chat early on. And but I was very confused. I was like, wait. I was like, is this like a real life, like a body, like a rally cap? You're just like, instead of like putting a hat on backwards or like a fin, you're just like, oh, screw it. I'm going to turn my shirt inside out.
Yeah, I just want to do something, make everybody laugh that's watching.
It worked for me.
Yeah.
So did you have anybody at home watching for you, scouting it out to kind of give you some updates on your phone or anything?
Yeah, I had a few people that keeping me updated on what was going on.
Did you find that beneficial? Like,
yeah. I mean, not that much, but you find out somebody's more likely to bluff or not.
Yeah, I think like information like that is probably slightly more conducive, like in a cash game where you're going to be playing with them for
for a long time. And sit and go, it only goes so far because at the end, like, I mean, the first 12 hands we saw one flop. So.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, just dynamics change so rapidly in a sit and go format, just because you have 20 big blinds and you have 8 and you have 30, and it's very different from cash where everyone's averaging 80 plus big blinds for the majority of it.
Yeah, that's why you chip up early, and then depending on how much you actually have, you could sit tight until you're in the money and then go for it all. But
another all-in moment here.
Now it's just like a 3-handed, right?
I'll take a deuce.
I can't see.
There it is. Nice hand.
Wow.
Well, it looks like a net's going to be our... Ooh, and just a king of the rivers to add extra spice.
I have around 10K.
Oh, and I actually had him covered. I didn't realize she had that much.
Yeah.
She can't be too bummed out. She actually won herself a main event seat.
Yes, she was telling me about that.
So she's still on cloud 9.
Yep.
And she's not out. She's severely short stacked, but she still has a chance.
Yeah, she's gonna have to get it in within the next couple of hands here.
All right, Matt. Well, I appreciate you very much for coming back and hanging out with us.
Yeah,
not everyone did so, because until it happens, and sometimes you're ticked off and you want to get out of here.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but in the tournament when the blinds are so high, there's only so much you could do. So
definitely,
I wouldn't do it any other way.
Well, enjoy your Pez dispenser, sir, and have yourself a great night, and hopefully to see you on the air sometime soon.
Yes, sure, thanks.
Yep, have a good night. All in and all in, and a folding.
36.
Annette actually has the best of it here. She doubles up. She'll be about. Everyone's got their poker face. I can't tell who's winning, who's losing.
And the Jack 9 gets there. And Annette will be in here in a second.
Just when you got cozy.
Nice playing, Matt. Very good.
Thanks.
And we are heads up.
And I do know that several of the players have asked if we could run a sit and go again next week, which would be the Monday before the tournament. They're wanting to try and get in
Well,
again.
that was a good question. I don't know what to see. We'll have to talk about it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of our viewers do enjoy the cash games, but we will see. We'll figure it out. Those of you who are in the chat room right now, what do you guys like? Do you guys want to do another sit and go, or do you like the cash games?
All right.
This is your time to use your voice.
Looks like Annette is here to talk to Trevor. I'm going to get up one more time.
Get up, stand up.
It's a dead button first, because she was there and it just.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
it actually needs to go to him because.
Edge of your seat excitement.
Overtime. There's some sort of like headphone monster that always attaches himself to Paul's legs. So every time he walks away, he yanks into the floor. If you're wondering what all those weird noises were.
He acts first in this.
Correct.
Okay.
This is one spot.
Welcome, Annette.
Thanks, Trevor.
You can go ahead and throw the headphones on if you want to hear all the excitement.
Okay.
Third place.
Third place.
Not too bad.
I'm happy with my play.
Sure, absolutely. Only lady at the table, right? No, it's like one of two. But you were down there, shorthanded, only lady, stood your ground.
I did. I had them both times.
Made those boys whimper. But yet they got pretty lucky on you. Obviously pretty unfortunate. Did you know you're going against a two-time Heartland Poker Tour final tableist?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that's Trevor. He made 2 final tables.
Oh, he doesn't scare me. Come on.
I don't know him, but he looks like he works out every now and again, so he scares me a tad.
He's a good player.
He is. He's good. And Chris as well. So, I mean, you went toe-to-toe with and Matt. And, I mean, everyone at the table was awesome, but, you know, short-handed, you went against some real cutthroat poker players, and you held it in there real well.
I enjoyed it. It was
Definitely.
a good table.
So, this is what, fourth time on the table? Third?
I think so, yeah.
Third or fourth, something like that.
Yes, maybe third.
Time flies, you
Yes.
know?
Yes, it
But,
does.
so I'm guessing you didn't really have too many nerves going into this.
No, not at all.
It's because, I mean, this is old hat. You know, this is just like in regular poker game. You forget about the cameras and the fact that we have people talking and yapping about everyone's play. So that's probably an advantage to someone that would be new to the table. You know, like Goldie, Trevor, Steve. I think we're our 3 new guys. So do you think was there any bit of advantage you could feel being that you were the veteran of the table?
No. I mean, you just play
By the
your
way,
game.
sick turn card. Trevor was open-ended-ish, but he's hit the gut shot for the proverbials.
He's picking a good time to get the cards, huh?
Yeah, this is a good time to get hot.
Yeah,
Most
it is.
definitely.
Chris does a good job of reading people too.
He does, and he really does a good job of finding really good folds.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean that was slightly more obvious, but the 10 of hearts is obviously a really good bluff card because if Chris doesn't have a straight, like how can he really come along other than like having like maybe a big dime or something? So it's a really tough spot to be in. Like does Trevor really have it, or does he know that this is a good card for him to bluff? So, but Chris made a great fold, and they move on to the next hand. I think the stacks are about maybe 30-ish to 40-ish, something like that.
They should be.
No,
really
it should be more than that
close.
because we have 80K in a table.
80,000, yeah.
About so.
They're both playing really well.
They are. Chris played on our table last week at the 2-5 game, and he was phenomenal. I mean, he got up early, and sometimes when people do that, they have a tendency to give it back. He, however, did not. He pretty much rode the wave throughout the whole game.
He was pretty patient,
Mhm.
picked his spots. I watched that, yeah. He did a really good job.
Uh-oh. this would be not a good spot.
But you almost have to think Trevor's making a move because he does it so often.
So what? Early on, not so much, but I mean, I think he's, pretty good at sit and goes. I think he realized like there's a certain kind of time you almost have to flip that switch, and just really ratchet up the aggression level, and kind of go after your opponent's raises. Because if you kind of get that image of, I'm only raising the goods, later in the tournament, that image is kind of be burned in people's minds, allowing you to kind of get away with spots.
He does a really good job of it.
So do you want to tell, we've talked about it a bunch, but do you want to kind of talk about your recent victory and your trip you're planning for the summer?
Yes, I won a seat to the World Series main event.
Cool.
Pretty excited.
Have you decided which day you want to play?
I want to play on Monday.
Is that day 1, 2?
That's day 2.
Or day 1B, I guess it would be? Right?
Is that how you say it runs?
Yeah, I think it's ABC.
Yeah.
45.
So that's amazing. Obviously, bucket lister for mostly everybody. If you're in a chat and you don't want to play the main event, then you're kind of a weirdo. But yeah, basically, everyone's bucket list play the main event. Are you gonna kind of be, I use the term fanboy, and just kind of like go and scout it out and try to find your poker heroes and try to get some signatures and stuff like that?
Oh yeah.
It's fun. Like we were talking about a little bit ago. They're so accessible and so amazingly friendly out there. You would think like they wouldn't be so, because they're playing for millions of dollars, that they'd be so locked in. But they fold a hand, they come to the rail, they say what's up, sign something. So I hope it really works out. Ooh. Trevor just moved all in. Sorry guys, I didn't really call any of that action. I was talking about how cool Las Vegas is. Anywho, going out there is amazing. It's just cool. You're just walking down the hall of Rio, and you're just like, oh, there's Vanessa Selbst. Oh, there's whoever, Phil Hemmings. You're just like, you're peeing next to Daniel Negreanu. Like,
Daniel Negreanu,
it's just crazy.
yeah.
It's like, where are these people? Like, it just seems like the world just shrinks into that one little building, and all the people you care about in one little space. So it's really, really neat. So I'm super happy for you.
Thank you.
I hope you win, obviously.
Yeah, well.
I'll come out. I'll come out. I'll be out there in November. I'll be cheering you on. I'll get a fat head of you.
Still got to work on my game a little bit, but
we all do.
Yes.
What do you guys think? We get a big one of Elisa Annette when she goes to the final table, all in the crowd, just what? Poker Clueless. Thank you for the $5, my man. That was awesome. Appreciate it.
all right, Paul. I'm going to let you back here. Okay. It is my bedtime, gentlemen.
Well, thank you so much, Annette. We appreciate it so much for you hanging out with us.
Thanks, Trevor.
Sleep tight.
Thanks. Have a good evening.
You too. Chris gets it done. So we're like 25 to 54K.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be much longer. I actually thought that hand with top pair and second pair might be it.
So 12 binds versus what? 17? Is that math right? If it's gonna be like a king queen versus like a ace-6 is what we're gonna see, and I'll get in the middle.
I know, heads up, it's tough to fold second pair.
It's tough to fold anything. Especially these two guys have been, grinding out all night, learning each other's tendencies. It's not easy.
I'll tell you what, I really would have liked to play tonight. It'd been fun.
It's been really fun. I love sit and goes. Well, we shuffle up the cards and deal them out. If you want to follow us on Twitter, and we'd love if you would, at Poker On Air. That is us. I think Paul went around and took a lot of pictures tonight, so I'm sure he'll be posting those in the coming days, if not hours. And you can hear about all of our upcoming interviews or our upcoming streams. So just follow us on Twitter. Reward Industry is Chris Moneymaker followed us today, as well as Bart Hansen. So we do have a couple poker celebs under our belt. But if you don't want to follow them, which seems silly, you can follow me at t.1512. I will follow you back, and we can have some fun conversations.
Wait, I was just last stand on it.
Alright, I must have missed something here. Hold on.
Not sure what the holdup is.
Hold up. Hey. There's a shot of our chip counts.
3-1 chip lead.
One double up though. We'll flip flop. Well, actually, we'll get about even.
45.
Donations are read on the stream. I can't feel bad for Chris right now. He's just getting junk. Trevor's getting like raisable hands over and over again.
It's so frustrating.
Buddha, calm it down, my man. I'm spoken for.
Limp and a check.
Ooh.
Oh, now Chris gets the open ender. Trevor has top pair.
Might as well check. Get a free one. But if I was him, I'd probably bet too.
2,500.
What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a queen or a 7. Ooh.
That could, big bet here could maybe get him off. I don't know.
He'd have to shove, and shoving looks so weak.
He's making his mind up for him.
4,500.
Dan, knock it off. People are gonna be so confused who I am.
Is he still calling you by that other name?
Yeah, Nerd Voice. My main man, Nerd Voice, pops in. He's been missing all night, and he thought I was playing. And then Dan's like, "No, the guy in the booth is Troy." Guys, killing me.
Oh, I love crafting.
If you guys follow me on Twitter, you can call me Troy all you want. At t.1512. Yeah, Nerd Voice just thought I bulked up and got a haircut and threw away the suit.
4,500.
Yeah, he's gonna ship it.
Does he want to do a flippy do? I think that's pretty close.
I was wondering what his range would be there to raise like that.
I don't want to accept it. I know it's real. I just don't want to accept the fact that I'm Troy.
We'll have to look in.
I'm tweeting Bart tomorrow. I'm gonna make him get on the stream and rectify the situation. No. I tell Bart what to do. Is he still listening? Oh man.
You better hope not.
Me and Bart are boys. When I got to Vegas, me and Bart are gonna go paint the town. What's up, All In Matt? Thank you for the donation of $1.69. 169 is better than 069. That's what they always taught me in school.
Appreciate it very much.
Dandy Polly, thank you for hanging out. You will now be notified every time we go live.
Which will be next Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern Time.
Every Tuesday. Tuesday.
Not exactly sure yet what game we're going to be running.
4,500. All in.
I think we're gonna do. Oh, I thought for sure he's calling that time.
Oh, that's break. I'll play through. Yeah. Or do you want to break? We'll play through if we can.
I'm gonna walk him out.
Okay.
I think I just heard Golf Ball Paul say he's gonna walking some dude out. Hopefully it's a net. Hopefully he's just being a courteous man walking out to her car.
And then 15 threes the next one.
I think we're going to skip the break here and just play it out.
Wolfie, you want us to stream some live Monopoly next week? Is that what you're asking for?
Right?
Yeah.
I'd be down for that.
As long as I get the battleship game piece, that's all that matters to me.
I want to be the car.
Got 300 coming back.
Cream Pie's got a Twitter. Cream Pie, give him your Twitter handle.
At mostly hard. Excuse me.
At mostly hard-ons. You shouldn't say that. That is
no,
ridiculous.
that's not what I said. At mostly harmless.
You almost
no
said an accident
vowels
at that time. You should see if at Cream Pie is available.
Yeah, I'm sure if you look that one up, you might find something you didn't like.
I'm trying to figure out when we're just gonna be like just shoving every hand. Like when do raises like become irrelevant?
5,200.
Yeah, I actually thought he might call that last shove, but I think he thinks he's got no reason right now to play a huge pot.
I also keep forgetting like they're actually playing for something fairly significant.
Yeah.
You know, a $1,500 seat at this next tournament that they're playing for. I mean, first place could be 40, 50K. So I mean, to parlay $250 into 50, 60K or whatever I just said is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's not like our normal tournaments where the difference between first and second is
exactly
$100.
Yeah, it's 48, right?
Yeah, it's 48.
No, we're not mature. We're far from mature. Trevor just keeps getting it though, like ace 10, king highs, jack 9 suited, and Chris is just getting. Watch, he's at the 4-5 now, and Chris will have like the deuce 3. JK. Wake up. Everyone's still there.
Chris with king 8. I don't want to talk too loud and get anybody
Ship it.
woke up.
This is going to be the most interesting all-in I was ever going to see. There we go. Nope.
No, just called.
That was fancy.
I think he called planning on calling a...
What does Trevor have?
Pocket pair.
Deuces.
I don't think you can limp there.
No, I think you have to call. Just
Yeah.
call. Just call. Just do it. Do it for the fans.
There it is.
There we go. Flip City.
King 8 versus 2s. I think I saw a king. I did.
Wait for it.
I did.
Okie dokie. Oh, we're going to be even Steven. 40K for each.
Now it gets fun
So
again.
buckle yourselves into your seats.
We could be here all night.
Edge of your seat excitement. A battle of epic proportions. The tables have turned.
What's up, Craig Pullen? Bet 101 dealer. Nice shout out to Jay Carves, and thank you so much for the donation.
No, we're doing 1224. We're just, and then we're going to do 15-3 now. That doesn't show up on the TV, so.
Trevor with 41.
52.
You guys hear Toby a little bit ago? You got a little out of order.
Think we have a new chip leader.
We do.
The operation was a complete success.
Word.
Back and forth, back and forth.
It's like a tennis match.
I'm sorry, what?
Can somebody else deal? I need to get out of here.
Yeah. Paul? Paul? What? Can you give that to this name? Deal? Yeah.
We need to clear this hand out of there first. Well, our chip counts are not going to be quite accurate because that last hand was not.
Trevor, I'm sorry, did you raise that?
Yeah, he raised.
What was the amount? 52?
No, that hand you just folded. It was a walk.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
This last hand was a walk.
Last hand was a walk. First one of those heads up.
Well, I gotta call my Uber ride.
Well, Jerry has to take off. Our awesome dealer. We want to let Jerry know that we appreciate that a ton. Him coming and dealing for us. He does a fantastic job.
And if one of these guys need me to fill in for him to play, I can do that.
Hold on. Here's the button which makes you the small. Somehow the button got missed.
It's underneath, it's on the same spot as the small. You won't see it. It'll just say small and big.
Well, how do I switch it to Trevor?
Well, you can move the arrow.
Boop, 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 boop.
Okay, is the button on, Trevor?
Yes.
Okay, so dealer.
Nope.
Glad I don't have to work in the morning.
The small needs to be.
Me neither.
Like that. Now the big is on Chris.
New dealer hype. Mr.
Right,
Belvedere
button is here.
taking out for the night.
Right?
B-Million, you making some friends tonight or what?
Okay. Okay, let us know when the cards are ready.
Good.
Okay. Action here. And a fold.
Back-to-back walks.
Pretty reasonable though. You will not wear a belly shirt on air.
Who, me?
Dan.
Oh, yes, he would. Yes, he would.
No, I know he would. I'm putting the kibosh on
Yeah,
right now.
okay. We won't let him, but he would wear one.
How can I focus on the game?
Fold.
I'm thinking maybe we gave him a halter top.
Buttons on Trevor.
Keep the girls in line. Golf ball, Paul. GBT.
Paul already won his $1,500 seat to the Horseshoe tournament.
When did Paul get so tall? Play for blood. Nagged. 247. Both you guys, thank you for the follow.
I'm gonna say we might see.
Yeah, I think he's gonna stick around here.
Got a dirty stack there.
What's up, Ryan C? Thank you for the donation. This donation hype's getting pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's quite a few tonight. That's great.
Check.
Chris with bottom pair.
This is kind of gross, just because Trevor did 3-bet, and that board looks like it just mushed him right in the face. Who's thinking about cheeseburgers right now?
Me.
I was trying to sing like a man, and I couldn't even come close to that note. I'm not sure if you heard that little squeal. That was me doing my best impression.
Really
I'm not so sure I could see the message. Somebody else donate. Let me see if I can see it.
See what?
They said they write a message when they donate, but I don't think I could see it from here.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
seeing it.
if somebody else donates, maybe I can check it out and I will read it, and you guys can laugh at me.
Might be too small for us to see up there.
I'm not gonna go there.
I can barely read the names from here.
So this is like serious tank mode as we get back to the action. So Trevor bet 5.2 pre, now he's betting 5.2 after the fact. And Chris sadly lets it go.
And the chip lead switches back.
It's getting hot in here.
That's right, Tobes.
And we are at 1428. I'm thinking this is probably going to be the last blind level. Yeah, there's something up underneath there.
Action is on Chris. The card's good. Action on Chris.
Can you see me without laying down? Is that what that said? I think I'm missing out on some sort of joke.
Chris with a pair.
And a call.
Raises it up to 5, and Trevor calls with King 8 suited.
Check.
That was kind of a funky check. Did you notice that? It was like the arm extended, then like the brain had to tell the fingers to touch the table. Blurp.
It was check, check.
Check.
That was a little quicker.
35.
A little teensy bet.
And a fold.
And the pendulum swings back the other way.
That's right. Someone tell these guys that there will not be a firing squad to the person who gets second place. Does anybody else have any more funny donation antidotes they want to add in here?
We have to do something so we can see that better next time.
Oh, Craig. Oh my gosh. I just like blew snot out of my nose laughing so hard. You guys are insane.
Well, Craig, Trevor's blowing snot bubbles over here right now.
Oh my gosh, that was a ticket. Yep, I'm all clean now though. I got myself cleaned up. This snot catcher under my nose is not really ideal for that though.
Sometimes I'm glad I can't see the chat real well from over here.
Liquor Poker. Thanks for the follow. D-boy. The donator wants to know why I'm touching them under the table. My arms are not that long.
I was just asking if you checked.
Oh yeah.
But thank you
That
for.
was me.
Thank you. Oh, you donated. Oh, you could just handed me $1. That'd been fine. Check you later, Poker Clueless.
Check.
It's been a blast. All you guys are my new best friends.
Chris with the straight draw now. Trevor bets. 4, 5, 8, or 3.
Call.
I couldn't read that one, guys. I'm really sorry. I was trying really hard.
Yeah, it's kind of small. We're about 10 feet away from the screen.
If B-Million, if you could caption the quotes from the donations, I will gladly read them after you post them on there for me.
Eight more.
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir.
15. And a call.
I couldn't see it.
Here's $1 for whose pleasure?
All right.
Thanks for all the donations, guys. This is turning into a pretty fun game.
I'm gonna have to get up every time now and walk across the room so we can read them.
Maybe one of us should just stand over there.
Trevor back with the pretty substantial chip lead again.
Yeah, I think we're finding ourselves towards the tail end. Yeah, 56K versus what's left, 24.
Yeah, a little over 24.
So literally has exactly 10 bigs. You guys are fun. This is like the most I feel goofy the chat has been up to this point. But you guys are not being dumb about it. Actually, these are pretty creative, goofy comments. So I'm in awe of your creative genius over there. Thanks for the donation, Suda Dan. To answer your question, the reason I don't touch you out of the table is because I gotta keep it. PG for the most of the time. If I'm touching you on the table, then you're not gonna be able to talk clearly during the stream.
Chris limps in.
Well, the ladies came, but that's a whole different situation.
You get one back.
For all different reasons.
And Trevor checks.
Seven of clubs for the win. For all the funds.
Three.
That's going nowhere. This is actually turning pretty epic heads-up battle here.
Yes, it is. Kind of fun to watch. There's a cooch walking in front of the camera.
Oh, man. Go ahead, chat. Have fun with that one.
Good.
That's our tournament director, Mark Kucherfella.
He's the Terminator.
52 straight.
Ooh, ew, so sick. It makes it play with 10-3, and that's the best hand. Bye, Poker Clueless. Thanks for hanging out.
We're at 56-24.
A battle of epic proportions.
I love the sound of Toby in my ears. Wow, Donkey Darren letting it rip on Brent in chat.
Chris.
Really?
A little bit. It's funny.
Chris with deuce is here.
5.
Makes it 5.
What does Trevor have besides the superior name?
Yeah, Jack 5 suited.
That's not gonna get it done.
Check.
This is almost exactly the same board
4.
when Chris had deuces last time. Except it went check, 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 bet, fold.
I can't even remember that far back anymore. All the hands are starting to blend together.
You did too many drugs.
Oh, you have no idea.
I wasn't setting you up for an omission. You're supposed to say drugs are bad.
They are.
They make you a bad poker player.
I'm a shining example why kids should just say no.
A shining example of those PSAs about your brain on drugs?
Yes.
And a call.
I used to be fairly intelligent.
You do okay in trivia crack every now and again.
Ooh, Chris flops top pair and checks it. Nice.
How much was that? 5. I thought you said pot, and I was like, what?
Actually, in a no-limit game, that's not a legal bet.
Call.
It just calls.
Check.
Now he's got an open-ended straight in top pair.
Wow, he's just letting him go.
65.
I mean, Chris knows he's never ever funny. He knows, like, he's just, can I get max?
All in. Fold.
And we're back.
No, now Chris takes a chip lead. He's
yeah,
got it
we're back the other way.
We should do a like some sort of challenge. Whoever can predict the ending time of this heads-up battle. I got like 11:40 right now. Any predictions out there?
Hey, I didn't move yet.
I'm rooting for 11:42.
Ooh, we should play. Oh, I don't know how. I'm not sure how we can play Law and Thinks right now with all you people in here. We should figure that out sometime. Because Law and Thinks is like the best game there ever was invented.
Well, I could think of the answer, and you could play with somebody on the chat.
That's true. I just don't know how we'd reward them.
We'll think of something. We'll come up with it. Think about it this week, and we'll come up with something next week.
Think about it. Dan, you still hanging out? Where'd you go?
He probably made his donation and went to bed.
You've got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh. Have a field day, kids. Have a field day. Oh my gosh. I love all you guys. Pot committed, that's right.
3 minutes left in this blind level.
I'm just staring at chat, waiting for it to hit their ears. There's one.
Blind.
Wait for it. Oh.
Chris with ace king here.
Dan hasn't stood up for himself, so maybe you were right about that.
48.
Ooh, Trevor with an ace.
Here we go. Let's rumble in the jungle.
Call. All in on the call.
All in call. Ace deuce versus ace king. Trevor's lived here tonight. We're getting it in bad and winning. See if he can do it one more time.
Looking for a little ducky. I don't think these guys are going to give anything away.
No. Oh, there's the deuce.
So sick. King or jack?
Wow.
So ill.
He has lived there tonight.
So
That's like the third
ill.
or fourth time, I think.
It's
Wow.
not as good as him, so can I just match him up? I'll grab the yellows first. Oh, okay. I guess I do have to count.
Okay, while our dealer counts out the chips here.
16.
We are planning to interview both players tonight. As it stands now, looks like Trevor's got a pretty overwhelming chip lead, so we'll probably do Chris first, interview him. So you remaining stragglers, you guys that are pot committed in the chat room, you have any questions for Chris? Flood them my way, and I'll do my best to answer any of those. And same for Trevor. Once he gets done, man, it's weird to say my name over again. But yeah, Chris is still alive. Doubles up twice. We're back to even, but until then, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're about 7-1 chip lead here. It's a pretty big chip lead. But I've seen it done before.
I don't think I moved the button to. Small, big.
Man,
And the
that
blinds
was
are
a
up.
that was a fast level.
Trevor's card. Oh, sorry. You got him? Yep.
Trevor with the 9-10.
Oh, really? I think 9-10 is just get it in and have a good time.
I have you for less than what you have.
Me?
Chris, yeah.
What blind level are we going to, Mark?
15-3.
18.
18.
Did they just say we're
15 and 3,000.
Okay, the blinds are not 1836. They're going to be 15 and 3,000. I don't know.
I'm not sure if we anticipated going this high.
Well, and skipping the break might have messed things up too.
An all in.
What did you say you had roughly?
18.
This is a tweener.
You should have about 60.
Yeah, no, 62.
Chris helping him out. What he has left. So Chris has 18. So he has 5 big blinds. So I mean, I think you have to almost call everything. You just have to gamble. I think it's at that point you just have to gamble. I mean, I understand you get the chip lead, you don't want to give it up. Gamble.
Maybe he's thinking on a level beyond what I'm able to think on, but I probably would have had to play that hand.
That's not right. They didn't move the button. Or did they? They did. My bad. Ooh, cookies sound delightful right now.
I'm starving.
I'm on like a no chocolate, no ice cream thing right now. And
where do you work?
And they should.
I work at an ice cream store.
I've gotten in bad.
But that's kind of hard.
But what's up, Mike? Thanks for the follow. So here's what I do. Like every night I go home.
I can't see it.
420. Take it, dude. Please be my friend.
And a call. We've got
all in a call.
call.
Oh, 6s and 8s. Let's see if Crust can Crust. Yeah, we'll see if Crust can suck out.
Yeah,
let's see if Chris can
return the favor.
That's what I'm trying to say. Don't you guys use plates for dealer buttons? Slow motion for you. No one punched anything yet, so I think Atrius on the lead.
10?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
10 would.
10 would chop it up. No, it wouldn't.
7 would. No. Neither one.
Neither one. We're rooting for fake outs.
All right, that'll be it.
Who predicted 1148? Who did? Anyone?
Just off. I had 1142.
Picture real quick.
Somebody got 1147 there.
Somebody's making up lies. So anywho, talking about my new diet. I have a really big problem with, I go home, I watch my shows, which sounds like I watch soap operas, but I don't. I watch real shows. And I just get like a pound of chocolate and like a liter of milk, and then I just go crazy. But I have to really knock that kind of stuff off.
Yeah, you look terrible.
Well, here's the thing. I bought a new suit the other day. Attention chat room, bought a new suit. And it's a little tight, a little snug in my waist. So I got to cut a few calories and make it happen. Paul, can you see?
Not really. I pulled my hat down because I was laughing so hard on that comment I made earlier.
That hat's riding low. So I need to wear a hat. I'm getting these like permanent wrinkles in my forehead. But anywho, so I think we're gonna have Chris work his way back here. Talk to him for a few minutes, and then after that we'll have our champion. I guess it's gonna be some Trevor on Trevor action here in a little bit.
Well,
we're gonna get Chris saddled up here. Hopefully he doesn't knock me out, because I mean I'd be tilted if I was in his shoes. So
it's been a lot of fun.
We'll see what happens.
See you all next week.
See you later, Paul. Cream pie. Are you connected?
That was a brutal one. And I said before that, I said he's been living on the edge here all night. He's got it in bad like 4 times and stuff now.
Come on in, Chris. Saddle up, my friend. We'll do this quick and painless, because who wants to talk about that crud? So you battled. You battled hard. You were down low. Yeah. You came back. You were fighting both hands, bringing roundhouses. You get it in beautifully.
Yeah,
stupid turn card.
What else can you say?
Isn't it better than a flop? Just get it out of the way. At least the pains is, just guillotine style.
Yeah.
It's like you're done with. But so obviously, I think you played great. Second place, nothing to sneeze at. Make a few bucks, put in your pocket. But this is second time, right? Third time?
Yeah,
Second time
last
here?
week I played.
Last week, yes, with the Bart Hansen show. So I'm guessing you're probably feeling pretty comfortable coming and hanging out tonight with us?
Absolutely.
You actually kind of had like a weird spot. So obviously you had Mandalay on your left.
Right.
Could steal a ton. But then you had Trevor, so like on your button, like it'd be his big blind. And it seemed like you guys had a bunch of spots where like you wanted to steal, but he wouldn't let you.
Yeah.
It was
he kept going all in.
Very unfriendly of him.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I never saw his hand once, so I have no idea what he had.
I feel like for the whole night there was like very little showdowns.
Yeah.
I was trying to think back, like unless there was an all-in moment, like there was hardly ever like, oh, here's what I have.
Yeah, it's pretty standard tournament play.
Did you have like a certain game plan going into the night, or just kind of like
Not really, just
feel it
adjust.
out and see what happens?
Yeah. Actually, Mandalay being on my left wasn't all that great. I mean, you could steal a lot, but she was short stacked, so you'd expect her to shove kind of wide.
I guess it's like one of the weirdest dichotomies of poker is like she's short and tight, so it's like you don't like you obviously don't want to show up with like the 8 deuce, like just raising buttons like nonstop, but she folds such a high percentage. It's like it's such like a weird spot. But I was talking with Matt when he busted out, like it seemed like you guys were like re-raising each other a ton, but it didn't stop you from raising initially. Like you guys were still raising small, still raising buttons, and even though like buttons and small blinds were like shipping in your faces, you just didn't stop. I mean, it shows the show that like aggression shouldn't stop just because someone plays back once or twice.
I slowed down a little bit when Trevor 3-bet me a few times when I was on the button, but I mean, you can't stop doing it.
Well, because then you're completely exploitable.
Yeah,
you know, they basically won the game at that point.
Yeah.
Like they know like if you're raising, you have it. If you're folding, you're just walking away.
That's why it was kind of tricky playing him heads up because we had that weird dynamic.
The
whole night.
So what was that like? You know, to win this seat, to win this prize versus second place. Second place is decent money, but were you really looking forward? Was like just like your main avenue to play the tournament for the Horseshoe?
No, I'll probably buy in still. I was planning on buying in regardless, so thought I'd take a shot here.
Sure. Well, at least now you have a nice little chunk leading up to it to save a little bit of money.
Yeah. Last week's 2-5 game, and then this. I think that's about.
I think you're pretty much covered.
1,500.
I think you're covered. Well, Chris, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Congratulations on the second place finish. And when you do go play, do you have a Twitter handle? People can follow you if you want to send out some updates?
I don't really even know what it is, though.
We'll get back to you guys. We'll figure it out what it is, and we'll if you guys follow us on Poker on Air, we'll tweet out Chris's handle. That way you can follow him during the tournament and hear all of his updates. But thank you so much.
All right,
we're gonna get our champion in here and have a little talk with him.
Okay, thanks.
You got it.
It's getting hot in here.
Welcome, Trevor.
Hey.
I'm Trevor.
What's going on? I see you at the meetings.
Yes.
The secret handshake.
Yeah, of course. He knocked 3 times. Oh, wait, I can't say it. So, anywho, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Well done. Epic battle, heads up. You guys are both fighting tooth and nail. Even like when it was like 4-handed, it was crazy. I mean, we pulled the chip counts up on the screen. I think it was like a 500 amount difference between all 4 of you. So, like, obviously at that point, blind's getting pretty high. Gamble a little bit, but you prevailed, and you came out on top to win your seat to the Horseshoe 1500. You pretty excited about that?
Very excited. Yeah, I've had that on the calendar for a while.
Circled real big. And I can circle it like in permanent marker. Like it's it's a done deal now.
4 less tournaments to have to travel to if they keep their word.
That's right.
Quarterly. So
Absolutely.
It's excited to finally have something here in Cleveland that we can
definitely
play.
So you mentioned how often do you travel then?
Once or twice a month. I try to play about 20 or 25 $1,000 to $1,500 events per year.
Cool. Do you go complete national? Are you all over the United States or?
Yeah, kind of all over the U.S.
Do you have like a favorite place to play, or is there?
Well, there are some good places to. I just good structured tournament is kind of what I look for. I play a lot on the Heartland Poker Tour.
The Alan Kessler approved structures.
I don't like. Yeah, well, no, he's under the. That's a mid stakes.
Is that where you guys at now?
He's on the mid stakes, but Alan kind of like tweets out like the softer field. So now on the HPT there are a lot of pros where maybe a year and a half ago there weren't.
Yeah, it does seem that they've I won't say dropped down, but they kind of heard the news like these fields are pretty soft, like kind of a cash grab. Let's go down there and just if you have a good edge on the field, like might as well get in there and have at it.
Kessler's going to the Hollywood Poker Opens now. I've seen him in Toledo. I've seen him one other place that we played too. So now that'll probably be the next group where we'll start seeing the Aaron Massey.
Where Kessler goes, people will follow.
That's right, exactly.
So let's talk about tonight's game. Obviously you started off kind of short. That 10's hand that you ran into queens early on.
I should have folded the turn.
It was tough. I mean, obviously super gross board, seven high board. I'm guessing you didn't know Matt from anybody. You're trying to figure him out. Like, is he double barreling ace king? Or your 10's good. So obviously I cut you down pretty low, which kind of forced you to kind of tighten up. But once you doubled up, you realize like you were at a certain point, 7-6 handed. It's time to ratchet it up. Can you kind of talk more about that?
I think it's fairly. It's just your stack size play and your hand ranges, and it was just when I was down to 10 or 15 big blinds, it's fairly easy at that time on what you need to do.
Your cards kind of make up your mind for you.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on that tens hand though, I should have folded the turn just because a hand earlier he had checked the turn when he had just ace high. So when he two barreled twice, and honestly, I wasn't thinking stack sizes at that time. And if I had, I think I either needed to. I think I'm pretty much almost committed on the river. I got really lucky that he checked the river. So that was a big mistake tonight.
But I guess you did have your share of luck tonight.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got to know what.
Three times?
Ace Jack versus Jacks, and you spiked the ace on the river. Or
no, I flopped the flush draw.
Oh, that's right. Flopped the flush draw.
And then I caught the diamonds. At that point, I had like 12 to 15 big blinds, and that spot. I don't know that player's name, but
Chuck. Yeah.
Chuck. So he had been opening fairly wide, and then
wide and often. Yes, sir.
Right. So wide and often. So I thought it was with his hand range that it was a good squeeze spot and a good spot to shove. He just happened to finally have a premium hand.
Yeah, I think he lost like the previous two hands and like lost like a pretty good chunk of his chips, and it just seemed like a tilt raise. I think he actually sized it bigger to look like a tilt raise. I think with the impression of I don't have anything. Turns out he did. You had a couple outs. Got there, no big deal.
Yeah.
It's poker, whatever.
Exactly.
Then obviously the big hand heads up, ace king versus ace two.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You guys are averaging what, like 15 blinds at that point?
Yeah,
maybe even less than that.
We were
I mean,
small.
It was pretty short.
He had folded to numerous shoves earlier, so and then having a blocker in my hand, so I thought it was a good spot to shove. But when he insta called, I knew I was in trouble.
Yeah, you were in bad shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, regardless, congratulations. Obviously, you played great. It was awesome watching you, having someone that that travels the circuit, plays all these games, to sit here on our table. Honor for us. Wish you all the luck in the future, and super good luck at the quarterly 1500 to Horseshoe. Do you have a Twitter handle people can follow you at?
Just I think under my name, Trevor Renner.
Okay, Trevor Renner, that works.
Nothing difficult.
So if if he's going deep in the Horseshoe 1500, follow him on Twitter. Give him some love. Give him some retweets and some favorites.
Definitely.
But we have our last little bit of our Dani Stern interview, so hang tight for that. But other than that, we'll see you guys on next Tuesday for Rubber City Poker. I'm Trevor. He's also Trevor.
I'm Trevor.
And we'll see you next week. Have a good night.
If you and your friends would like to play at the Poker on Air Penthouse Studio and have your game broadcast to the world, just give us a call. Your friends or league can rent our studio and play on our brand new custom-built RFID poker table, while we capture all the fun and action using 7 high-definition cameras and our live stream studio switcher. Play live while our commentators call all the action and bring your game to life. So if it's your league's final game of the season, or you and some friends just want to have fun, the Poker on Air studio is available to you. We can even take our show on the road and broadcast live from your event or casino. The graphics and sponsors on this custom traveling table can be changed to meet the needs of your event. Even better, if you would like a custom RFID table built for you or your venue, or would like to become a Poker on Air Broadcast City franchise, we can help you with that request as well. For more information, just give us a call at the number on your screen or email us at producer@pokeronair.com. Poker on Air, let's deal you in.
Hey guys. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to finish up our interview with Dani Stern, ask him what's happening up this coming summer at the World Series of Poker and what else he has on the agenda. So with that being said, Dani, do you have a full slate this year at the WSOP?
Yeah, I'll be there the whole time. After last year, I kind of said, I'm done going to the World Series for the whole time. I'm never going to do that again. It's too much. Then every year the schedule comes out. I'm like, oh, I have to play everything. Like I have to go for. So it kind of happens like that every year. But online games are usually pretty dead during the summer because everybody's at the World Series. So I don't feel like I'll be missing out too much on online action if I come to Vegas. So I'll play a lot of cash in Vegas and play a lot of tournaments. So I'll stay.
I assume the games are pretty good during those few months. live games, the live cash games?
Yeah, they're okay. They're not like there's nothing like, it's mostly like a collection of grinders that come to play, so it's nothing like insane. But yeah, the games are good. I think they're softer than the games I play online, so I'm happy to play some. Probably play some like 50, 100, and 100, 200 PLO during the summer, something like that.
Cool. So I guess leading up to WSOP, is Scoop a good warm up for you? Did it kind of like get you used to like some different field sizes and how to kind of attack MTTs?
Yeah, this like month and a half, or this 3-month period every year is really crazy because it's the same thing every year. I go to Monte Carlo for EPT Grand Final, where there's like bunch of huge buy-in tournaments that I'm playing. There's a 100K, a 50K, a 25K, several 10Ks, a bunch of 5Ks. So there's like a shit ton of action there.
Yeah. It's fine.
No worries.
And then right after that, Scoop starts. It ends on a Saturday, so I leave, or like Saturday I leave, I get back home, and then Sunday is the first Sunday of Scoop, and then Scoop lasts 2 weeks, and then right after Scoop ends, 2 days later is the first event of the World Series. So it's just like bam, 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 one after another of like a lot of buy-ins, and I'll probably I'll end up playing a ton of poker in that like 3-month period, which I'm very happy about. And I'll definitely be like, by the World Series, I'll definitely be like in the swing of things with MTTs for sure.
So I guess the next question is, at the end of the WSOP, RES putting on the 500K super high roller. Any thoughts on participating in that?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to play. I'm not having any plans to at this point, but like I said, the next 3 months are like an insane amount of action. So, maybe if I go on a year, I'll reconsider. Also, I'll wait and see like what the field's going to look like. Like if the field starts looking like it's like a must-play tournament, then maybe I'll change my opinion and see like how much action people are buying and things like that. I'm staying flexible, but I'd say I'm not a favorite to play.
Okay.
Obviously, poker takes up a large amount of your time. Are there any other hobbies or interests that you have that our fan base might be interested to know?
I like cooking. I spend a lot of time cooking when I can. That's one of my big hobbies. I like scuba diving. I do a lot of scuba diving, or at least I did when I was living in Mexico. I'm in Vancouver now, where the water is a little bit too cold.
Not quite
I can't go. Yeah, so I probably won't go scuba diving for a little while. I'll have to make a trip to do that. But I play a lot of poker.
Awesome. Nothing wrong with that.
That is where I spend most of my time.
So before we let you go, I do have to ask this question. So I watched your highlight reel the other day, your top 5 moments against Phil Hellmuth on the PokerStars Big Game. And I guess my biggest question is, was Phil being legit? How much of it was he playing to the cameras? Did you guys have any previous history? And I guess overall, how's that experience?
I don't really think Phil is acting when he's going on when he's having a fit. I don't think it's an act. I think it's some sort of like pathological problem that he has.
That's a good way to put it.
I wouldn't call it an act. It's more like an episode. And I don't know. I can't quite explain him psychologically. But it's real. It's like there's venom there. It's not just a show. But he gets over it and he apologizes after sometime, not always. He's kind of a weird guy. I don't really know what to make of him. But he's had so many of those moments that he doesn't even know that happened.
I'm sure he loses track. Like he has no idea that you were the latest victim at that point. But the funny part was if anyone wants to watch it, just YouTube Dani Stern versus Phil Hellmuth on the Big Game. Was Negreanu just constantly being the catalyst and making it worse? It seemed like on each hand.
From
my perspective, it was hysterical.
sorry, they didn't even show half of it on the like they edited a lot down. Like after the big hand that we played, where he like lost it on me, where he started screaming at me.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the dealer is it's a TV set, right? And the dealer is a real dealer, but he has like an earpiece and he's like listening to producers. Like sometimes because he has to like say the cards out loud so the producers know what all this stuff that they do. You guys probably know about this. And like sometimes they would clearly tell the dealer like stop dealing when people were like we were like in a heated argument or whatever, and the dealer just stopped shuffling, stopped dealing that, and it went on for like 3 minutes of like no cards being dealt, and Negreanu was just constantly egging him on and just like sticking a needle in, just trying to get him hot, and it actually was like a much bigger ordeal than they made it seem. They edited a lot of stuff out. It was not exactly the way it happened, but that's just TV. Where it goes.
Yeah, I think it'd been fun to see some of the cutting room floor stuff, but even the stuff we did see was pretty hysterical.
Donnie, we like to give all of our guests an opportunity to promote anything or anything you would like our followers and fans to know. Maybe if you want to give out your Twitter handle, if anyone would like to follow you, or if you got any projects on the works that you'd be interested in sharing with our group.
I don't have anything to promote, really. I mean, my Twitter is @3Lansky. You can follow me if you want, or not. I don't really care. I don't care too much about how many Twitter followers I have.
And that's perfectly fine as well. We just want to provide that opportunity. We thank you
it's up
for.
To you.
Oh, great. We thank you for coming on Poker on Air. I mean, we're a fledgling poker show, and it's people like you who are willing to come and chat with us for a little while that are keeping our fans and bringing new fans into our production here. So appreciate the time that you've given us tonight, and we offer you good luck in the World Series coming up.
Thanks for having me, and I'm happy to come back anytime. And I wish you guys best of luck with the show.
Thank you very much, Donnie.
Thanks, Donnie.
On that note, we are going to head back out to the action on the table and see what's happened with our players.
All right.